And waddle around, so put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground, you gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck.
Shut up, man. You're trying to trick me, man. Put smoke into my freaking head and shit, man. Not at all, man. Man, I don't know what to think no more, man.
Okay. Shout it out loud, I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town.
I'm done! Duck. Do what you want! Pull the plug!
The duck. I like to know how to swim. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Omega Magdi is just redeemed tag dance.
Well, I don't do my iconic victory dance for nothing. Okay, I guess just this once I can do it for nothing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, I guess I can do one more for nothing. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I'm gonna show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck,
I'm done. Do what you want. Pull the plug.
doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air. We're gonna shout it out.
man.
I just love doing the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now. Cause my name is Baby Huey. I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Has the whole world gone mad?
Insomniac 12 Just Redeem Tag Dance.
every day. No culture. Ask her.
I think it's Yeah, that ending looks like you were still playing, and then the credits just jump up in front of you. Fucking terrible. What the hell? They didn't even have the decency to like say mission completed or something, and then roll credits. No, they just fucking throw the credits right up there as in the middle of gameplay. Damn, is it always Battletoads? I'm noticing they just play Battletoads all the time. What the hell? Everyone get a Dreamcast so we could play online. Psycho Circus, Crazy Land. What the shit? That looks kind of cool. Their host. Yeah, I think they all went to the same school of fucking announcing, whatever. Hey, welcome to Double Dare. Mm. You gotta learn how to talk like that. You can win it all in Double Dare. If it had split screen, there's always the Parsec program. Oh, I heard of that. I think I used that shit. Parsec. Hmm. I played Toe Jam and Earl online. I think that's what it was. Parsec. Think we could play Psycho Circus online. Only if it had split screen. You're saying? You know someone that used to speedrun Smash TV? Damn. In real life, somebody you actually knew. Were they good at it? Oh, thanks, 90 Earth TV. Thanks for joining.
90 Earth has joined the fellowship.
Thanks for joining the fellowship. Oh, I forgot about this. The end of the show. That's like Double Dare right there. They try to copy it. Unfortunately, Dreamcast has no multiplayer because the game runs bad on its own. Oh yeah, Johnny Arcade's game store. I wouldn't mind going to a store like that. The PC version sucks. Or I don't know. Is that what it is? The PC version is unplayable or broken somehow? Oh, someone on Twitch. Okay. Smash TV. Hey, buds. In where were they? New York. Okay. Hmm. PC version is tough to get running properly because of the janky oh, Lithtech engine. You and your buddies got it up and running and played multiplayer over LAN. It took work though, just to play that game. You did a lot of shit just to play that. Yeah, let's write to Johnny. I think I had that one, the Simon's Quest Tiger game. But you could say like if you played one of them, you played all of them. Any Tiger fucking game, they're all the same shit. Slightly different graphics or whatever. It's funny that people would collect them though. The puppet is creepy. What is he, a raccoon? Is that what they said? Raccoon puppet? Maybe you'll try and get it working on stream. Yeah, the PC version. See what's wrong with it. It's, is it just unplayable or does it crash or something? Getting the game to run is the game. Yeah. Then you play it and you're like, yeah, it sucks. Fuck this game. Full House Tigers over 200. Yikes. 200. Raccoon will try to get you high. Yep, that's his main goal. No, I like living. The game is fun. Yeah, I guess I could see that. Just being a shitty but fun game still. There's a lot of those. Like they're bad, but it's just fun how terrible they are. I played Transformers Blockbuster only N64 game. That was fun. Really shitty, but still fun. Did you ever show me the fake Full House NES game someone made up? I don't think you put up anything, but I did see it. I don't know if I saw a video of it, maybe, but definitely saw pictures. They show like whoever, Uncle Jesse or something, shooting a fireball or something, doing a Hadouken to Michelle. Uh-oh, Yosh wants to do the duck. It's 666 points to duck dance, Yosh. It's one of the redeems. Okay. Time to duck dance. Plot. The furniture in the Tanner house hold has come to life and are holding the family hostage. It's up to you to rescue them and get everything back to normal. You can play as either DJ, Stephanie, Michelle as you defeat all the furniture. Oh, that's what it's about. Maybe I saw a different game where it's a straight up Street Fighter wannabe. Animals that have been set out to kill you.
Doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air. We're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now. Cause my name is Baby Huey. I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone
Mad?
mad?
Favorite
Jūs
part?
gamet lyve just vridim tak danse.
Yasak Gamez, what the? It's not over yet. The whole world's gone mad.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck,
The biggest duck in town.
doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air. We're gonna shout it out loud.
Oh, shit.
I tell you that it's easy
Oh,
if you
damn,
follow me
accidentally
now. Cause my
put the
name is
volume
Baby
down.
Huey. I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Insomniac 12 just vridim tak danse.
Let's see, switch it up to the British version of this show. Games Master. Check out Mouse Fitzgerald. He's a top tier streamer. What a clip. Even with that patch, it's pretty iffy. Damn. What's wrong with that game? Why was it so cursed? Seems like a hard job, yeah. Lot of lot of shit you gotta do just to get that game working. Damn. Has anybody seen this? This Harry Potter British version of Video Power? British people always want their shows to look like Harry Potter for some reason. What you gonna do when they go from GTA to a Will Smith movie? Yeah. The fucking summary for you, for Mouse. Hey, Derp, welcome in. Bootleg Spy Kids, yeah, right. Cheap ass effect. That shit. Yeah, the George Lopez, whatever the hell he is in that movie. They make it seem like video games are so proper and stuffy. At least Johnny Arcade gets it. Hey, Uni. Good morning. Still sleepy? Mega Man 2? Hell yeah. The best. That's my favorite. Got that for Christmas. It's the best. Will always be the best. Mr. Electric. Oh, that's the George Lopez character? Mr. Electric. Seen the clip of this where the best game player and yeah. Yeah, I watched it right here. I got another video in the watch later where he talks about it, I think, or something. I don't know. Still got to see that. I think he tries to explain himself, like why was he such an asshole? Yeah, he fell off the slide in the penguin level. Yeah, it's funny when they interview him right after he lost. He looks all fucking angry and doesn't want to talk about it. Some idiot played really loud music all night. It was just boom, boom, boom for hours. Damn. You got some awful neighbors, it sounds like. It is Mr. Electric? Oh, great name. Oh my god. Boom. Death. So Uni didn't get any sleep. Those didn't get any sleep. Everybody sleepless. Also, what the hell? They have to beat Heatman in less than 3 minutes? Damn, yeah. That's pretty tough. If you never played this, man, you're screwed. Hopefully they got to play it beforehand or something. Get some practice. 1 minute, 20. Oh, yeah, they're actually playing the games, unlike Video Power that just talks about them or it's just about Johnny Arcade doing impressions. That show, it's all the Johnny Arcade show. You were 100% sure you'd still be on this. Oh, yeah, those going for those 24-hour streams. I thought so too. Ran out of steam. Oh, the demo finished. That's the real reason. Tough is an understatement for what's to come. Yeah, Mega Man 2, holy crap. Some real tough ass parts. What the game is that? Lotus Tower Challenge. What? Slow mo Mega Man fall. Yeah, gotta show that. Yeah, they almost did it, but damn those blocks, disappearing blocks. He-Man's level has such a hard segment near the end. Yeah, look at those graphics. Sophisticated. Come on, British people. Stop treating video games so fucking serious. Have some fun. Psycho Circus has a dedicated server. Wonder if it's possible to get it running. Hmm. There's hope. There's hope for Psycho Circus. Multiplayer Psycho Circus is not just a dream. No, we can do it, guys. Let's do this thing. Dune, holy shit. There's a Dune game? What the fuck? And it looks like that. Oh, based on the movie Dune from back then. Whoa, that's not from the movie, is it? No longer just a dream. Should be in the commercial. Psycho Circus is back. It's impossible for them. They all hardcore. Yeah, it looks like everybody's fucking with a serious face, not laughing, smiling, nothing. They're like, these games are serious business. No one should laugh. Oh, Mega Man Part 1 is even tougher than Part 2. I would say, yeah, part 1 has some really fucking annoying parts. Dune was a really big Oh, that's all it was? Strategy? I guess, yeah, what can you do with Dune? Not much. Impossible, couldn't get past one stage. Oh, you actually played it? Damn. Those that are I didn't think you would play such an old ass game. Is it? Where'd you find that? Is that on Steam? Where's Johnny Arcade when you need him? Doing his wacky impressions. Never played it, just seen people play it. Oh, oh, were you talking about something else? Couldn't get past stage. Oh, you were right. Mega Man, you were saying. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's damn. It is tough just beating one of the bosses. Gotta get used to it. Memorize it. Time to play the damn game for real. Oh shit, what is crazy tennis game? Oh, the girl's playing it too? I thought she was just a co-host or something. What? Oh my god, what the fuck? Close up on the skirt going up. Did you see that? Her skirt went up. Let's slow-mo replay that. And zoom in on that skirt. Yeah, people barely getting hype. Yay! Huzzah! Wait, what kind of control was that? What kind of weird ass control is that? Holy crap, what are they playing with? God damn. Some weird ass fucking controllers. Jeez. Yeah, what is that controller? Freaking weirdest controller I ever seen. Sonic X Generations down to 30. Oh, damn. Already? I guess that's kind of normal for Sonic. I got Sonic Frontiers for 30, I think, like 1 month after it came out. Only tennis game you ever played was Wii Sports? Yeah, I think a lot of people, that's their only tennis game. I played tennis on the NES, simply called tennis. Oh, you kind of want Sonic Generations? I saw somebody playing it yesterday too. It looked okay. I don't know. I don't know what the reviews were. Do people like it or what? Yeah, those controllers are freaking ridiculous. What the hell? 'Cause it has a joystick in the middle, and then I guess regular controls on the side. I wonder what console was that? Oh, really positive, overwhelmingly positive on Steam. Damn. Did it just come out or because I barely saw anybody play it. I mean, I saw someone yesterday and that was it. Only person to play it. Disney is removing Muppet Vision 3D. Damn, I don't know what that is. Muppet Vision 3D. Oh, hey, Ica. Original Sonic Generations was really good, especially Marina. Whoa, s- virtual reality now. October 22, okay. And it's already $30. Nice. Yeah, it's about to get virtual with the Games Master, with Brainiac. Muppet movie thing. Oh, at Disney World. Last thing Jim Henson worked on. Oh, they're getting rid of it? Damn, that's fucked up. The hell? This show also has rehearsed questions. They're putting some Monsters Inc. theme park. Oh, okay. Gotta replace it with Monsters Inc. You never got to go to Disneyland and World. By the time you do, all the good stuff will be gone. Yeah. It'll be replaced by their newer movies, like movie related stuff, like all the remakes of the animated movies. I'm tired. Toodaloo. Oh shit, I played that. And I never even knew what it was, but I just saw it on the random collection of games I got on RetroArch. That's a pretty good game, that weird ass Qbert wannabe. Is Ninja Turtles NES hard? The one with the swimming? That one is, yeah. There's some parts I can do, but I never beat it. Got to the final level and damn, that's it. Ran out of lives. So once you run out, it's back to the beginning. So that sucks. The King of England? Yeah, that big brainiac guy. He's the King of England. First time you saw Disneyland was from the freeway and immediately thought it looked like a mini golf. Yeah, with the big golf ball, Epcot Center, whatever. That thing's a giant golf ball. Also impossible. Yeah. Yeah, for any normal person and without cheating. Turtles game is freaking hard as hell. Never been to Disneyland. Yeah, me neither. I don't feel like it's a big deal to go. I don't know why I would want to go. There's nothing there for me. Zoom. Stop the baddies. Let's all go to Disneyland. Yeah, let's plan that. We gotta go find Walt Disney frozen head. It's buried underneath the statue of him and Mickey holding hands. I think it's the first thing you see when you enter. You gotta go underneath that. Gonna steal Walt Disney's head and take it to the Clown Motel in in Tonopah. Only go to Disneyland if we do have Walt's head and run around scaring kids. Get that banana. Oh no. This show is cool. All this gothic weird shit and smoke. And then a Sega Genesis. Yeah, it's such a weird idea. Like, why did they do it? But it looks cool. I like it. I like all this weird crap. It looks like they spent a lot of money for this fucking set and everything. Way more than video power. Video power looks like it was filmed in a little phony set where you could barely fit like 50 people or less. This one, this is Games Master. think that's what it is. Let's see. Yeah, Games Master. This one, surprisingly, I think it says that it went on for 7 years or something. No, look at all the production value they put into this. Looking at a screenshot of this, I would never guess it's a video game show. Like right here, like what is going on? What is this shit about? Dracula? Fucking weird. The organ, yeah. No, he puts his fucking smoking robe or whatever, smoking jacket. Yeah, he's just like Keanu Reeves and Dracula. And they play the Dracula music too. When does the Queen of England play Mario 64? Never. Not anymore, because she's dead. If you can't build an elaborate set, cover one in fog. It's still impressive. It's a giant set. Pay money to see a zombie Queen of England. Let's see that video of the guy that got mad about losing at Games Master. Let's see, where is it? Do-do-do-do. Here it is, the truth. I think I didn't put this on before, but whatever, let's see it. That's his name, Dave Perry. You would wake up to watch this on Saturday morning. Yeah, I would get up to watch anything video game related. Free shirts, just sign in. I mean, send a fucking postcard, get your free shirt. If they had this in America, the only show you ever saw that was game related was Nick Arcade. Yeah, I would see that and the video zone. I mean, video power. I think most people saw Nick Arcade though, because that was like more well known. Just video power, you had to find it on a weird ass channel in the morning. It was on like at 7 in the morning or something. Or no, wait, even earlier, probably like 6:30 in the morning, I think. You saw G4? Oh yeah. G4 was cool back when it started. When G4 ended, did you see how they ended? It's weird. Uh I don't think so. I don't know what the hell. What? Games Animal, okay. Good old Dave. That guy's like Billy Kane. Yeah, he's got the British bandana. Yeah, I know who that character is, Billy Kane. Way too cool. Yep. He's in it for the women. Yeah. He's all about the bikini babes. You're right. Called it before they even showed any TNA. This doesn't seem right without hearing. Now show them titties. Yeah. Now show them titties. The last episode of G4 shows the guy from Tech TV waking up and saying G4 was all a dream. Oh, that's stupid. That's how they went out. Just like our reality, you hope, everyone hopes it's all a dream, and we'll wake up someday and be like, holy shit, yeah, what a bunch of weird shit that happened. How unbelievable was that world? Oh, he's trying to do the trick. That shit is tough. Trying to get to the bottom. I don't think I could ever do that crap. Well, there you go. Maybe I did it before. I wonder how many of I mean, who's who's in ads right now? Why isn't this working? Weird. Okay.
Deus
What's up?
Marionette just raided.
What's up, everybody? Thanks for the raid, Deus. Toma. What's up? Welcome in, everybody. Shout out, Deus. How's it going? What were you playing, Deus? I saw a little bit of it, but couldn't tell what it was. Some kind of puzzle game?
Yeah,
Oh,
she
there we
needs to
go.
be cuter.
Oh, that's when you were drawing Birdo.
She needs to be cuter.
I remember
it's so
that.
hard to sketch.
Long time, Toma? Yeah.
It takes
Pretty-
2 seconds for my
been a while.
pen to connect. You didn't need to do that either. I'm having a bad
Good
time.
morning.
I'm having a real bad
Good
time.
morning,
Where's
everybody.
Toma needs to be here for this bad time. Oh my gosh, I'm just drawing more circles instead of erasing. Let's erase this now. Nobody look at this. Nobody look at anything that I'm doing right now.
Everybody look away. She didn't make a mistake. Need to do an art stream. Been so busy. Hope you're good. Yeah, I'm good. That's alright. You've been busy. Everybody gets busy. Get busy. Get busy time. Let's see. You need to do an art stream, Deus? You haven't done one in a while? I did sort of a art stream, which let me show you the last thing I drew. But actually, this is with a couple of changes from the last time I showed this. This little character for Lady Link, who's a professional nurse. So she gets a nurse character, and her name's Link from Zelda. So there you go. It's got a giant needle. Yeah, I kept on changing it little by little, so now it looks like this. been okay, it's been a while for you for your art streams? Okay. Thought maybe you did one recently or something. Oh, thanks, Dose. Another banger. Yeah, I still haven't shown well, this is the first time I show it the way it looks now, but yeah, for the person that it's for, they haven't seen it yet, so hopefully they'll pop in so I can show it off to them. Because at first it was mostly just Link, just looked like Link with a giant needle. I'm slowly making it more like a nurse or sort of a doctor or whatever. Nurse, doctor, same thing. Look at Dave. Oh, that's it? I thought they were gonna talk to him. I was hoping they would talk to him, ask him, why were you so angry about losing losing on Games Master? And where is he today, I wonder? What's up with that dude? Back to the regular Games Master. You'd be pissed too, yeah. Kinda sucks losing like that on national TV. Super embarrassing. You wanted a heated pool or hot tub? Oh, you want a heated pool or hot tub? Well, get one.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Let's see what Mac has brought us here. Oh, G4. Oh, this is how it was, all creepy. What the? I don't even know. This is the owner of G4? Tech TV. Oh, I never even watched that. That old guy was the host? Damn. This is just the host, Leo Laporte. I can't believe I never even seen Tech TV, or at least I had never seen that guy, whoever that old guy was. To our fans, our haters, and the internet, thanks for 7 kick-ass years. Damn, it was only 7 years? Hey, Barf. G, if you don't like it, don't watch it. Peace. 4. They were big tech personalities. Okay. Other guy's Patrick something. Yeah, never seen either of those guys. So I guess I never saw that show at all. Yeah, Tech TV was before your time. Oh, 90s? 90s G4 then, when it started? Okay, yeah, I guess I didn't watch the early, like the very beginning of G4. Dominic Diamond? Who's that? Another guy? I don't know. From G4. He missed the booba. Barf missed the titties. G4 was 2000s. Oh, this guy is, and he's famous? Okay. The kid, Dominic Diamond. G4 started 2006. Oh, previously it was Tech TV. Okay. All right, I never knew that. All right, Tech TV. The first time you saw a Wii was on G4. You woke up and effing left eye will not quit twitching. It's twitching so frequently. Wanted to sleep in or two, but it's impossible. Shit, what happened? So much fog. It's magical. Usually because of stress, lack of sleep. Hmm. I was gonna say that's That's probably pink eye. Make sure it's not pink eye. You were having problems with that too, and read online it was like 100 different causes. Yeah, once you check like medical crap, you're gonna get 100 answers for anything you feel. Not pink eye. Yeah, that's the gross way to get itchy eye. Is this Ireland? I think this is UK. Yeah, this should just be UK. But occasionally there's gonna be an Irish person popping in the show, I think. You, you, pink eye. Finished second place. Not good enough, damn it. Yeah, pink eye is something Grandpa Itchy would get. You think you might not like gaming if you had watched this show? Really? This show is great. Yeah, what kind of breakfast did you have, Uni? Since you make all of the best food. Too frantic and faux enthusiasm? Oh man, you should see the other show. We'll switch back to the other show, the American show. Barf, if you really want to see what a frantic and fake enthusiasm show is all about. Have you ever seen Video Power? Holy shit. We'll go back to America after this one, after this British. What is that? Oh, weird game. Populous. Your friend from work had you over to his house and they have like parasitic worm in their house. His wife teaches daycare. Wouldn't be a big deal, but he invited you after knowing. Holy fuck. That sounds scary. You're eating right now? Croissant? Croissant. And coffee. What's going on in here? What's all this then? Why do I imagine this is another Clay story? You have a parasite. Yeah. You gotta you gotta somehow get rid of that. Called a pinworm. Parasitic worm trap. The only way to defeat Ichabods. How they tell the kids to ask questions, but it's questions they would never ask. Yeah, this show does it. The American Video Power does that. They just force kids to ask whatever the hell they want them to ask. Get your rogue on it. What the hell? What kind of commercial is this? Oh shit. Game Gear. 40 pounds for Mario 3. Doesn't sound that bad, actually. 40? Pretty good. Oh, hey, Umbran, what's up? You're here? Sanic. I could see why Barf would be turned off video games from this. Though it does make games look kind of boring and like no one's really into video games, it looks like. Definitely not this 100-year-old guy. He doesn't give a damn about video games. Just an actor they hired to play this brainiac looking character. Barfan, you had Game Gears? Damn, both of you had Game Gears? Those was just saying like how terrible they were because you needed 10 batteries that would run out. Yeah, they would die out after an hour. Stomach is acting up. Oh man, is everybody waking up sick and injured? Dancing with his girl but playing handheld behind her back. What a great commercial. The precursor to yeah, George Lopez. I get apparently his name is Mr. Electric in Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Oh, that's what it was. It wasn't even Spy Kids. I thought it was Spy Kids. You had a portable plug you could plug them into. Oh, okay, yeah. That's the only way to really play that a Game Gear. You don't want to actually use all those damn batteries. Have to buy batteries every week. Had some really cool stuff like X-Men, Sonic, Shakan. You both had one. Spoiled brats. Yeah. Yeah, I know most, well, a lot of parents would be like, no, you gotta share. But then there was always some kids that were like, no, I want my own. Give me my own. I want my own Game Gear. What is that game? Throw vegetables at what the hell? An axe. Not sick, kinda ate stuff yesterday. Oh, okay. Ate some weird stuff. You guys constantly fought for the charger. There was only one charger? Doesn't the system come with a charger? Barf and you didn't fight that often? Some siblings do. I think most siblings actually, yeah. I would fight with my brothers and sister all the time over nothing, over stupid shit. It was pretty normal. And two drunk guys spanking his ass. Yeah, this is weird. Yeah, what are those guys? Those barbarians spanking his ass while somebody throws axes and shit at him. Uni does not believe that Barf and Ika got along. Do Barf and Ika fight more now than as kids? Barf confirms. Ika was a bully. You grew up with three brothers, and they beat you up every day. You learned a thing or two about being a bully. And three brothers, and they all bullied you. You, loony. No, you don't think you did? Hmm. Yeah, I think you guys get along pretty pretty good today, so that's kind of how I picture you guys as kids. That's why I did think you two were just good friends and didn't realize you were brothers until until you told me, "Oh, Ika's your brother." And I was like, "What the hell?" I didn't know that. Yeah, it's scary. I think they wanted you to be afraid and looking at this crazy shit. I don't know why. Wanted to turn kids off of video games. Yeah. The Keanu character, man, what was his name? But yeah, that guy with his white shirt, his his blouse. Oh shit, Altered Beast. Thanks, bye. You're gonna fuse your channels together and host one show called Ikabarfs? That would be that would be cool. I don't think anybody would be against that. Do not Google pinworm. Oh man, those. What did you do? You dared Google pinworm. Now I'm imagining what could pop up. Some of the grossest pictures. They had to start the show on a cheap budget, which meant fog machines. Then we're like, where do we go from here? Fog, make it scary. Brother and sister punch out. Oh, the Modoc? That's the games master. He's the one the show's named after. The show's called Games Master, and that's him, the Modoc. Whoa, tough talk. You already did. Oh, this game. I remember playing this. Jason is red, Lisa blue. Okay, wait. Oh, they still use those controllers, or these are different ones? I think. Oh no, they might be the same weird controllers. Go, girl, go. Yeah, show 'em what's up. Beat the hell out of them. I don't get why they make them play with these weird controllers that are not the real controllers. Oh shit, the boy's winning. Now that we won't be, I mean, you won't be working together closely. You're going a distance. You kept the peace to avoid drama at work since he was so unpredictable. Whoa. Kick his ass. Come on, Lisa, kick his ass. You waking up too early with eye twitching, constantly a headache. Audience on the show. Oh, oh, buggle, buggle, buggle. Oh, Lisa wins. Boom. He's dead. You hear the chanting from Metaphor? That game you were playing? Killing his ass. Girl, girl, girl. You got James Cameron's Avatar? Holy shit, they made a Wii Avatar game? What the? Man, I don't remember that. At Goodwill. How much was that? $5? Makes Uni want to play Punch Out. Imagine the shame of losing to a girl in the 90s on a video game, having to go back to school. I'm sure his schoolmates made fun of him. They had to 100% be making fun of him at school. That's just how boys are. He can't stop that. Time to put his smoking jacket. Oh yeah, the original Punch Out. Yeah, the original Punch Out is fucking tough. Super Punch Out is still tough, but I think they made it a little bit easier. He takes a goblet from the robed guy. Yeah, they gotta relate it to like fucking being a king since it's England. Gotta make it royalty related shit. Get your free t-shirts. Very Crowley. Alistair Crowley. Mr. Crowley. What have they done to you? Let's see the crazy ass video power show now. Go back to that. Alright, here's video power. Coming up. For Barf, who never seen it, I don't think you saw it. But here it is anyways. Here's the American equivalent of that show. Is this the same show where the little kids guide their friends through a Nick Arcadish dungeon? They do something like that at the end. They go through like a double dare kind of obstacle course. Oh, there you go. That they just run around picking up whatever games they want, and then jump through a slide. Oh, and this guy raps like Vanilla Ice. Word to your mother. Games Master, I would say, has more games involved. Did you see Netflix that accidentally showed Mike Tyson? Oh no, his ass? What? No. Oh wait, I saw a picture of that. Yeah, on Twitter or something. Yeah, I didn't know what the hell that was. They just showed a picture and then people freaking out in the comments or something. I didn't realize that was Mike Tyson. Was this the episode we saw? You think it was intentional? They knew the fight was going to stink, so they needed a viral moment. Came up with Mike's ass cheeks on the fly. Video power. Oh, now it's Sega Maniacs. Last time it was Nintendo Maniacs, right? You like how Mike Tyson is somehow relevant? He's never gone away. I think he's always been popping up here and there. But yeah, the fight was probably the biggest thing he's done in years. Before that, he came out in Ip Man 3, some karate movie. That was pretty cool. Tyson versus Karate Guy. Order. Oh shit. Actually, this is the third duck dance of the day. Barf, not the first one.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out
really?
loud. I just love to do
Bit
the
rate
duck dance and shake
is
it all
going to
around.
hell
I
because
tell
of
you
the
that
duck
it's
dance.
easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey. I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Insomniac 12 just redeemed Tag Dance.
Has the whole world gone mad? That game was great. Oh, that Mousetrap. Perfection was cool. You said you played a movie about Mousetrap or something, Mechas? What the hell was that about? I didn't catch that. I saw some of Barnyard, and that was it. Mousetrap the movie or some kind of TV thing? You feel like most of the kids in the Huey scene were already old enough to know how absurd the scene was and just phoned it in. I think so. Some of them were pretty old. Yeah, look at them. Some of them are like 12 and 13. They're like, this is fucking weird. But we're getting paid.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but
I hope they got paid.
I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta
Act
shake
even
those
dumber.
tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck,
Duck Dance has a legit beat.
doing the duck.
Oh, hey, video. Yeah, I like the piano and the beats and
Now raise your
everything.
hands in the air, we're gonna
It
shout
could
out
actually
loud.
be
I
a
just
cool
love to
song
do
if
the
they
duck dance and shake it all around.
they
I tell
had
you
somebody
that
else
it's easy
sing
if you follow me now,
different
'cause my name is
songs,
Baby Huey. I'm the biggest duck in town.
different
Doing the
lyrics,
duck,
different everything. Just keep that
doing
piano
the
and that
duck.
beat.
I like to know
Oh,
how
and
to
the girls
swing.
singing chorus. Like,
Doing
yeah.
the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone
Uni has Mousetrap.
mad?
Varf-face-9000 just redeemed Tag Dance.
Yeah, play Mousetrap on stream. Barnyard was an acid trip. Tabletop game. When the guy flips into the bathtub. I never played it. It looked cool, but then I heard the game doesn't even really work, or it's a lot of setup, and then it just you do the mousetrap once, and then it's over. You gotta set it up all over again. Something like that. It was a little pain in the ass. Are you the only one that's done the duck since seeing that? No. Those used the duck earlier. He did the redeem for duck dance. Oh, you mean actually dancing like that? Doing the actual dance? Then yeah, I don't know who's done it in real life. I just bob my head to the music, but I'm not getting up and doing all that. You did it while streaming, while in your chair. You follow all the instructions. You wonder if there's a Baby Huey costume for sale. Gotta be something pretty cheap. Because who the hell wants to hang on to that costume? You put in Mouse Hunt after Barnyard. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know there was like a movie for that. Those, you found the Baby Huey costume? Barf saw the future on a camping trip as kids. You were playing Risk, and he was down to only holding the sovereign nation of Ukraine. It's its own thing. Movie thing? Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that came out. What the hell is this? Oh, Bucky O'Hare toys. Okay. Shit. When you went to take him out, he flipped the whole board. There you go. So you did fight when you were kids. Barf flipping the board over. I would say that's like a fight. That toy that pissed itself. So is disturbing. You could combine that with the duck face costume. Yeah, That pretty much is Baby Huey's costume. You could paint it yellow, and there you go. The Double Dare guy. They seriously only play Battletoads, I think. You and your friends would play Uno and would get pissed and throw the cards everywhere. Yeah, Uno can start fights. You don't think anyone really wanted to finish Risk, that Risk game? You just expedited the process. Barf wasn't mad at you. He knew the game was over. Okay, just having some fun. Like flip. Barf just said flip.
Hi all, this is Kermit the Frog, and I'm...
Uno's great. Yeah, Uno's awesome. I had to buy it on Steam when I saw it was on sale a couple months ago. Oh, I never played it either. Dungeons and Dragons. I need somebody to teach me or let me join in on a game, I guess. I'll probably get into it. I wonder how people get into it. You know, the people that actually play it, they fucking love it. So I want to see if I can get hooked on that. Yeah, I couldn't. I was looking for the Baby Huey costume. Doesn't seem available anywhere. Best video game Uno is on 360. I think I actually played that. I don't know if I bought it. Probably ended up buying it on the 360. Yeah, that was pretty good. Damn, Johnny Arcade over here asking some screwed up questions. He brings the women, kid? You tried and it just kept showing you baby Huey, baby costumes of ducks, so feeling creepy. Yeah, delete that search history. Looking for adult sized baby costume. Adult sized Darkwing duck. Oh, Mindscan loves Darkwing Duck. Oh, Behabs, you were here. Oh, before you go, you know what? Next time I wanted to show you Battle Mage Azulio, his drawing. But yeah, I still gotta load it up and everything. Going to see your godson today. All right, have a good day, though. Yeah, next time I see you, Bhabs. Have fun with your godson. I thought it was his birthday or something. Well, just visiting. Kim Jong Un, baby Huey. Do they call him that? They probably do. Castlevania. Oh, this thing. What is this thing? That was Batman. What the hell? Kid, Robot, Frank, Kozik, Baby Huey, blue version vinyl. Oh shit, crazy. That kid on the left is a party pooper. You hope he loses. Oh, what did he do? Did he cheat? Johnny Arcade, you insane bastard. What is that? This kid is getting rolled. Oh shit. Radio for your bike. Street rocker. Oh, the bike comes with the radio? Looks like a Tim and Eric skit. Yeah. System error.
Omega Mac 10 asked me, did you show your ass on Netflix? What the fuck you talking about showing my ass on Netflix? That ain't me. You must be confused, cocktucker. Keep your shit straight and don't fuck around with that kind of talk.
Holy shit. Mike Tyson got pissed. Holy fuck. Can't ask him about that. Oh, Ika said, you bet they pulled that off the shelves when little Timmy went to change the station and got hit by a car. The commercials where people yell, say, oh yeah, Sega, Sega. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, they did the same shit for Super Mario. There's a commercial where there's a bunch of kids yelling Mario, Mario. Yeah, so they would do the same thing for everything.
Ownage of scent, but how big is your mouth?
Oh, that's not a ask Hulk Hogan. Let's just tell him what to say.
McDonald's gave media Betty's asked me, where's the ear balk pause? What the fuck you talking about? Ear and shit, you messing with me. Ain't no ear nonsense here. Cocktucker. Keep your shit together.
He calls everybody a cocksucker. Cocksucker. Yeah, media Betties. You must be hearing things, you cocksucker. Oh, people were cheering in the Hulk Hogan one? Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with TTS. Participation trophy. Yeah, Sega Genesis. Confirmed it started with millennials. Oh, participation trophies. Oh,
Bar face 9,000 cent. Pu, lu, pu, ku, buk, lu, pu, lu, puta verga, chinga, lu, bru, lu.
McDonald's gave media Betty's asked me, why did you lose to Little Mac in Punch Out? Fuck you talking about losing to Little Mac. I ain't losing to no pixelated character, you piece of shit. You gotta keep that shit straight when you're talking about Iron Mike. Ain't no game gonna take me down, especially not some NES nonsense. Get your facts right, cocktucker.
Oh shit, I forgot. I should clip that. Clip some of these. Fucking Tyson. He called you a piece of shit. Holy. The fuck you talking about, you piece of shit? Damn, Mike. What the fuck? Oh, yo, what's up? Yeah, Tyson with the insults, cocksucker, and you piece of shit. There we go. He gets a baseball glove. That's what he wanted. Lame. Man, he's taking his time. What the fuck? Just grab all the games. Two gloves? What in the hell? No shit.
McDonald's gave me diabetes, asked me, where did you hide my copy of Kiss Psycho Circus at? What the fuck you talking about? Hiding your copy of Kiss Psycho Circus? I ain't got nothing to do with your shit, cocktucker. Keep your accusations straight and don't drag me into that nonsense. Go find your shit yourself, piece of shit.
What the hell? The way he ends it.
Insomniac Dose asked me, why the fuck do you show your ass? What the fuck you talking about showing my ass? I ain't showing nothing. Cocktucker. Get your shit straight before throwing around accusations. Ain't nobody messing with my rep like that. You gotta keep your facts right, piece of shit.
Alright, everybody's a piece of shit now. Oh, he wants to play catch with his dad. That's the sad story behind that. I need two gloves. Now I feel bad. Feel bad for that kid.
Insomniac Doze asked me, tell me about Paul Stanley's scimitar. The fuck you talking about, Paul Stanley's scimitar? Ain't no knowledge about that here, cocktucker. You messing with the wrong piece of shit if you think Iron Mike knows about that nonsense. Get your facts straight or ask somebody who gives a damn about swords and shit.
Swords and shit. Swords and shit.
Yash Games Live asked me, why are they going to kill the top 1% and split up the rich people's money with everybody? The fuck you talking about, killing the top 1% and splitting up their money? That's some wild conspiracy nonsense, cocktucker. Ain't nobody doing that shit. You got to keep your mind straight and not fall into that trap. It's just some crazy talk. Stick to the stream and enjoy the games, piece of shit.
Piece of shit.
McDonald's gave me diabetes, asked me. I was put in a holding cell with 20 other guys. We had to crap in the same crapper in the middle of the room, and I just told myself I can do this for 7.5 years. Fuck that shit, man. Being stuck in a cell like that with 20 other people and one crapper. That's some real messed up nonsense. I feel you on. That ain't no one should deal with that kind of shit for so long. You just got to stay strong and push through, no matter how tough it gets. You're better than that, cocktucker. Keep your head up.
Scarf Face 9000 asked me, tell us how Homer, aka Homie, puts in dat work and lays pipe on you every night. Oh my stars, I have no idea what you're talking about. Homer and I just enjoy a lovely evening watching TV or trying out new recipes. He's all about that family love. You know, nothing else. Just wholesome, family, friendly fun.
Ichabod's asked me, why do you love pigeons? Fuck you talking about pigeons. I ain't got no love for pigeons, cocksucker. You must be mixing me up with some other piece of shit. I ain't got no connection to those feathered fools. Get your facts straight and stop asking me about bird nonsense.
Yeah, I don't know where to get that Marge voice from.
Yosh Games Live asked me, how do I get Kiss Psycho Circus running on? Talking about getting Kiss Psycho Circus running on PC. First, get yourself a copy of the game, you cocksucker. Then you might need a compatibility mode or something, since it's an old piece of shit. Try running it as an admin or use a virtual machine. If it ain't working, get your shit together and you might just get it rolling. Ain't no magic, just some tech problem solving piece of shit.
Insomniac Doze asked me, when you take a look at what Ichabots has done with Twitch, it's really quite something, people. He's a classy guy. That Icha, I call him my little classy Icha. Do you like that, everybody? I think it's great. Oh, that's a sweet nickname. I think it's lovely when friends give each other such charming monikers. You don't win friends with salad, but you sure do win hearts with nicknames like Classy Icha. He's a neat one, isn't he?
What?
McDonald's gave Media Betty's asked me, where's the body at? Oh, it's in a cooler, honey. You don't win friends with salad, but you might with a cooler.
Yosh Games Live asked me, you scared, man. Fuck you talking about scared. Iron Mike. Ain't scared of nothing, cocksucker. Get your shit straight. I take on challenges head on, and I ain't backing down from nobody. You gotta know who you're talking to before throwing around nonsense like that piece of shit.
Oh, shit.
Unique gifted a tier una subscription to Insomniac 12.
Unique gift. Thanks for giving a gift sub to Doze. What? Oh, shit. Yeah.
Insomniac Doze asked me? Fictosexuality is the term used to describe those people who are sexually attracted to fictional characters, and in Japan, little by little, it becomes a trend to the extent that there are companies that develop technology to offer users holographic couples. Oh my stars! That's quite the interesting trend in Japan, isn't it? Here in Springfield, the craziest technology we deal with is trying to get that old microwave to work. You don't win friends with salad, but you sure do keep the conversation interesting with trends like this.
Friends with salad.
McDonald's gave media Betty's asked me, where is Johnny Arcade hiding today? Oh, that's a fun one. You don't win friends with salad, but you might win some arcade points if you find him. He's probably in a cooler, honey.
He's dead? In a cooler? Uni called out by Frosty? Yeah, let me see what it would say. Uni, the retro hero we all need, just expanded their generosity with gifted sub, making it a total of 3. It's like they're not just playing games, they're sharing the love so much they might need a bigger mouth. What? Omega dance. Let's all dance in their honor for keeping the community vibe strong and games even stronger. Your moves are as legendary as your generosity, Uni. Holy shit, what a what a weird ass thing to throw in. Oh, is it dead already? Marge killed Johnny Arcade. Oh, you're saying Marge killed him. I thought the TTS was dead. Which it might be soon.
McDonald's gave media Betty's asked me, do the duck. Oh my stars, I guess it's time for the duck dance. You don't win friends with salad, but you might with a quack.
That's it. Oh, all right, Umbrin. Have a good one. Frosty acting a fool. Yeah. Damn it, Frosty. What the hell's your problem? Oh yeah, those oh, you're telling Barf? Was Barf asking about you don't win friends with salad?
Insomniac does just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Yeah. Homer and Bart start singing that you don't win friends with salad because Lisa becomes a vegetarian. That episode. Let's see. Oh, this is it.
Barf, Face 9000, asked me, would you ever dress up as a giant baby duck with a huge ass wearing a diaper to then dance in a school's band department and break a piano by gyrating against it? What kind of crazy shit are you talking about, cocktucker? I ain't got time for no baby duck nonsense, and sure as hell ain't breaking no piano with my moves. Iron Mike's got better things to do than be part of that wild scenario. You got to keep your head straight and not fall into that trap. Stick to the stream and enjoy the games. Keep it classy, piece of shit.
You piece of
Very
shit.
poor choice of words.
Bum, 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 bum. Even Marge. Even Marge sings. Oh shit. Honey Nut Cheerios rap. Whoa. My favorite rapper. Oh shit.
Insomniac Doze asked me, do you win friends with salad? Oh my stars. You don't win friends with salad, but you might with a quack.
Fucking quick with a quack. Yeah, poor Lisa. She got bullied by her whole family. I like to sing that song to anybody that says they want salad or that they're a vegetarian. Oh yeah, the Tiger handhelds, they suck. But this show is sponsored by them, I guess. So we always see like 20 commercials for Tiger Electronics. Oh, look, that kid has a Simpsons shirt. Castlevania one was awesome. Wait, you could beat the game? Your mom beat Castlevania game? Tiger Electronic game?
Dude, I warned you. I said I was going to do that if you did that again.
That's pretty cool. Your mom beat the Castlevania Tiger game.
McDonald's gave media Betty's asked me. I was put in a holding cell with 20 other guys. We had to crap in the same crapper in the middle of the room. And I just told myself, I can do this for 7.5 years. Oh, you don't win friends with salad, but you sure do learn to appreciate privacy after that. Keep your spirits up, dear.
Keep your spirits up. Thanks, Marge. Fake ass Marge. Keep your head up. Uh-oh. Marge? Are you there, Marge? Might be dead? Tangia? Is it dead already? Marge is thinking. Oh shit. Yeah. I just checked Tangia. It says 0. 0 characters left. I guess you guys killed it right now. The last question was who? Mike Tyson about. Oh wait, no, that was not that. Last one. Ask Marge about. Oh, Macca's with the crapper, the crapper question. 20 other guys in the crap. Oh yeah, what is going on with Marge? What the It sounds like nails on a chalkboard. I think Bart sounds normal. Com Compared to that, anyways, sounds better. But yeah, Marge is the only one that sounds like that. Raccoon puppet time. Oh no. Yikes. Damn, what a commercial. They used to show commercials like that. Not anymore. There's a puppet, puppet raccoon. The raccoon puppet knows no means no, but he still lets someone shove a full hand up his ass. Yeah. It's what he likes. He consented to that. Oh, finally they're playing something else. Ninja Turtles. Gotta get up and move. Moving Hein? Heine?
What kind of beer do you like? Heineken? Fuck that shit! Pabst Blue Ribbon!
I don't care. Conan? What? Conan, I don't remember that. Conan for the NES? Oh shit, okay, there was a Conan NES game. Hmm. 16? Oh shit. Something was playing in the background. Hey, Bundor? Nobody teach these kids math? Apparently not. How's it going? It's going good. Having a good day so far. How's it going with you? Hmm. Going good? Alright, good good to hear. Tape. He called it a tape. Video games were called tapes. Back in the day. I don't remember calling them tapes, but I heard other people say that. I always thought that was weird. Tape? The fuck? You only heard your uncle call them tapes? Yeah, I think it was always older people. It was never anybody my age at that time. It was always somebody like 5 years older. It'd be like, hey, let me borrow that tape. Like, what the fuck? I think because they were used to calling uh movies tapes or whatever VHS.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past.
And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious.
Whoa, blueberry Pop Tarts. Huh. Damn, they look good. Pop Tarts look good. I'll say McDonald's and the raccoon puppet. Is that a new thing? Captain Planet beat 'em up game? We care about you. Oh yeah, I was checking if I had Conan on the NES. Damn, I don't have it. No. I'll have to download that. Oh, not yet, but they previewed it. I haven't seen any pictures of it or heard any news. But damn, they're making a lot of these. I saw one for Karate Kid, like beat 'em up. Toxic Crusaders, G.I. Joe, and now you're saying Captain Planet? Damn. Those games got popular suddenly after the Turtles beat 'em up. Shredder's Revenge. Saw people on Twitter saying Captain Planet was actually a masterpiece, and people replied, "Kids didn't even want to watch that shit in the 90s." I watched it. Like I didn't go out looking for it, but whenever it was on, I would check it out. It's all right. I don't know about masterpiece. I don't know about calling it a masterpiece though. That's a little too much. Ninja Gaiden. Oh, there's a Captain Planet NES game. Oh, I gotta check that out too. Maybe I got it. Let's see. If not, I'll just hopefully be able to download it. Let's see. What? I guess. Oh wait, I do have it. Yeah. Captain Planet and the Planeteers. We'll check that out right now. That one and Videos game. And the Conan game. Shit, I want to see what's up with that. Conan. Go. Paperboy is great. That sounds like one that I should definitely have. Let me see. Yeah, it would be surprising if it wasn't in this collection of games here. Yeah, I got both. And it's made by the same company that made Captain Planet. Mindscape? Never even heard of that company. And they made Paperboy 1 and 2 and Captain Planet. Oh yeah, big winner. Is that's the kid that Barf wanted him to lose? Let's check out some games. It's weird the music died for this video I got in the background. I wonder what else. Luke, restart. Oh shit, okay. Huh. That was automatically supposed to loop. Alright, so... Oh yeah. Here's Mario's Carnival Quest. hopefully this just works, because some of these hack games, I mean all of them, they never work automatically. You have to do some stupid thing. Minus Carnival Quest. Alright, let's see. This will be the first time it works, if it does, without having to throw the game into RetroArch. Scan it. GBA. Oh shit. Yeah, there's 1,000 some shit. Or more? How many games? There's so many GBA games. So many games, you might as well do the duck.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Omega Mag 10 Just Redeem Tag Dance.
Wait, what the fuck? Comic Zone on Game Boy Advance? What? The fuck? That came out? Holy shit. Damn, I never seen this. This is crazy. Licensed by Nintendo. Looks good. Pretty damn good. For a Game Boy Advance. That's about as good as that's gonna look. Night of the Mutants. Hey Godzilla. Pretty cool. Not bad. Comic Zone. Alright, Mario and something. Mario Golf, Mario Kart. Damn. Yeah. It's that same problem. There's hack games, this Mario's Carnival Quest. Nowhere to be seen. So I gotta throw it in this awkward ass way. And there it is. Vidya. Oh, damn. Huh. Pretty crazy. I'll check, wait, where's the... I'm supposed to pause the game. Options... System, manage core options. Active file. No, that system. Pause when menus active, yeah. And then wait, can I just do this? No. Does it not even show up? Even though I'm playing it, it's not here. Mario's Carnival. Shit. It's not. Oh, fuck. That sucks. Wanted to see what the is this an RPG? What the fuck? Oh no, too much information. Party World?
Myagadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh shit. Oh. Game's kinda weird. No ptarmigan. The dreaded snow ptarmigan. Oh, hey, Lady Link. Welcome in. Hug for Lady Link.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, okay, little guy.
Did you get to see the updated Lady Link?
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh,
Willow
okay, little guy.
Lagopus lagopus.
Lagopus, Lagopus. Oh, this is a video that somebody requested right now. Godilla, he requested a ptarmigan video. This bird, he loves them. He loves those funny little birds, so it was just for that, but I was in the middle of playing some Mario game.
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
Right now, let's see. Take this off the back. Here we go. Yeah, I just started drawing a little bit more, making it look more nurse-like. Whoop. So there you go. Gave Lady Link a little lab coat and a white shield, I think. Lets you know it's more medical related. And a little white thing on top so you can see the cross there too better. Oh, thanks. I still want to add a stethoscope. Yeah. How do you say that? Stethoscope. Maybe something else, but I don't know what else. What else do nurses use? Those sticks, lollipop sticks, tongue depressors. So it'll be right here now. Yeah, I was in the middle of playing. Yeah, I don't know, that sounds so weird. Hard to say. Like, I feel like I'm saying it wrong. Stethoscope. Like I got a lisp. Got a Mike Tyson lisp. But yeah, how do I quit that game? That was Game Boy Advance. Right. Okay, I could just do that. Stethoscope. Yeah, I guess gotta get used to it. I don't like that TH sound in the middle of a word. Throws me off. But I was gonna check out Captain Planet and some other game I forgot. Oh yeah, Conan. Captain Planet. There we go. See how this is. Anyways, how's your day going, Lady Link? Oh, what is this? This is not what I was expecting. It's a shmup. What the hell? Where's Captain Planet? Okay, let me see. What is this really about? It's not bad, doing some adulting and then hopefully some not adulting. Alright, cool. Yeah, bet you can't wait for the not adulting part. My day's good. Started it off a few hours ago. Got up, worked on the drawing a little, and worked on another drawing for somebody else. Actually, a couple of people. One of them's finished, and one of them still working on it. One for Anna Boo. That's the one that I still need to finish up. Anna Boo's, I told her yesterday in so many words what it was, so might as well say it's gonna be a shark. Because she said in chat that shark is one of her favorite animals. A raving cat. Yeah, I don't know. Randomly read that she said she liked sharks. So, a shark it is. Man, how do you play this? Can't pause. Oh, I could pause it. A shark, yeah. Yeah, one of the sharks, like Jaws. Like that tiny shark emote you got there, Godzilla. Just say it's Jaws Unleashed. Damn, how the hell? So weird. And game over. Planet is dying. Okay, I'm shooting. Oh, I must have switched weapons or something. Damn. This is not easy. Oh yeah, kinda already ran out of room. But that's alright. They actually were even bigger. So little by little, they're shrinking. So anytime I run out of room, I just start to shrink them down, fit them in. Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good sign. The more the better. Or as they say, the more the merrier, right? That's the official way to say that. What the? They got a Star Wars vehicle. Oh, do I not have rewind in this? What the hell? That's weird. Huh. It should be. Oh, yeah, maybe I did something weird with this. Rewind frames, 1. To rewind per step. What? Oh no, these controls are messed up. Yeah, everything's off about that. Alright, time for Conan. Godzilla wants to show you one of his birds. Is I don't know, is that a grouse? There we go, Conan. See how this game is. Mindscape. Oh my god, what? What the hell? No sword? What? How does Conan not have a sword? Oh, there's no way I could make that. From mobile, switching over from mobile to shitty ass laptop. That's a nice. Oh, Godzilla's birds. Oh, this is Conan, the game they were giving away or whatever on Video Power, one of the prizes. I just wanted to see how it was. It's pretty terrible. It looks and plays like crap. And sounds like crap too. All around crappy game. Oh, did you see Planeteers game, Macus? Played it for a second. You're hungry? It's about that time. Time for breakfast, lunch. Let's see, these controls are so messed up now. Where's the rewind? Flamethrower. I remember. I messed with that. It's Garbo, yeah. It sucked. Oh, you didn't see it? Okay, let's go back for a minute. It sucks too. It's, I don't know, these games just were really poorly made. Pieces of garbage. That's why you never hear about them today. Captain Planet. And they're all made by this company, apparently. Mindscape made Conan and Captain Planet. This is it. Check this out. Yeah, Garbo. Hoggish Greedley is planning to drill for oil in our national parks. We must prevent him from destroying our precious parklands and the helpless animals within. The power is yours, Planeteers. You think it is made by the same people who made the G.I. Joe NES game? Definitely has a similar vibe. Probably. I'll take, see, this game sucks. I was expecting to fly around as Captain Planet or doing something as a Planeteer, one of the kids. Not this crap. What is this? You almost never see anything about the ship they fly around in. So of course they're gonna make the game all about this ship. Yeah, this is terrible. It's just a shmup. A bad one too. Crappy shmup. Captain Planet won't rest until the price of gas is at least $10 a gallon. It'll be worth it. I don't care if cars just stop being a thing. Screw cars. We don't need them. Everyone can learn how to ride a bike. Let's see. You said G.I. Joe. Wait, do I have it? I don't have it. Nope. That'll be another one I need to get then. I was thinking I gotta have every game, right? But yeah, that Mario GBA game, let's see. Go back to that. Alright, this is Vidya's game. Mario's Carnival Quest. And G.I. Joe on NES is quite... Oh, it is? It's good. Someone suggested it 2 few years ago. Wait, you had which one as a kid? The remake on Switch? Oh, Mario vs. Donkey Kong? Oh, okay, yeah. That's a good game. An actual good game. Let me look for that G.I. Joe game to have that ready. So this is a hack. This is a hack of Mario Party on GBA. Welcome to Party World. Have fun with mini games and gadgets. Okay. Hardy. Hardy. Let's rock. Don't even think of starting without me. Mario, like you're not riding a bike to work? There's snow and shit. Alright. Mario vs. Donkey Kong and GBA is a worthy sequel to oh yeah, Donkey Kong 94. That's where it started. Yeah, I remember playing that one first. Oh, the music? It's some, I think, what is it called? Synth dark cyberpunk industrial dark synthwave. I just have that on in the background, just so it won't be silent whenever there's some quiet time. Yeah, dark synthwave, whatever, like cyber, that wacky title. Dark synthwave. Nito. Nobody parties without us. Nobody tastes my power. I call it the Bowser Rampage. Feel it. So how are you doing, Bowser? Say goodbye to your games and gadgets. Why they spell gadgets with 2 D's? I don't like that. Oh wait, is it because of EGAD from Luigi's Mansion? That would make sense. Ah, Bowser blew them all to Shroom City. Looks like I'm headed there too. Oh, it is because of EGAD? Okay, I thought they just messed up in the hack. Wait up, Mr. Bowser. This loser won't dare come to Shroom City. I'm out of here. Oh, this is bad. You can't play without games and gadgets. Go to Shroom City and try to collect all the stuff Bowser scattered. Everyone here is rooting for you with all our hearts. Good luck. Can we hear the game? Unlike some games, it does have sound. Wait, you can't hear the game? Alright, so I'm turning it up. How's that? Oh, the music's overpowering? Okay. Let me listen to it to see how this is coming out. Okay, better. All right. All right, cool. Shroom City. Help out the locals. Welcome to Shroom City. My name's Tumble. I'm Shroom City's host. Which character do you want to play? Each character starts at a different spot. Are you sure? Sure about that? Welcome to Shroom City, Yoshi. Do you already know this adventure's goal? Nope. Is to collect games and gadgets. Collect them all. Residents of Shroom City have them. Just help people out to get them. Now let's cover the basic rules, shall we? You move by rolling the mushroom dice. Game is over when the mushrooms run out. That's it. For the rules guide, I guess. I don't know. Would have been better to just play. Play and see how it goes. Explain the rules again. You can move as long as you have mushrooms. 4 different spaces. Yellow are normal. Green, let you roll again. Red, make you lose a turn. Play for mushrooms at mini game spaces. Gadgets as you play. Talk to everyone and accept their requests. Please get Party World back to normal. So, was this just a single player game video? Or could you actually connect the two Game Boy Advances, whatever? The booze lost something important around here. If you think you can help, lend them a hand. Stab the dice back by pressing the A button. Move accordingly. Solve the quest of Abu Cemetery. Would you like to stop here? Yes. It looks cool. This game looks pretty damn good. But I don't know about one-player Mario Party. Hehe, it's ghastly news. Solve the crime to get a gadget. Of course. True Blue Boo. Here, let me tell you what happened. What's all this then? Who are you? I'm Shroomlack from Toadland Yard. Heard someone shouting just now. Tisk. Hehehe, we could use your help too. That's what I'm here for. What happened? Our precious Golden Boo statue is gone. Golden Boo statue? We keep it hidden in this cemetery. At least we used to. It's gone missing. I suspect it was stolen. You have to find it. Find our statue. It's a symbol of our true boo French true boo. That's right. We 3 boos are best. Best? Wait. 3 boos. One, two, 3. There are 4 of us. When did we pick up a 4th? Just call it a hunch, but one of you did it. Whoever took the statue is a phony boo. Okay then. So who's the faker? Yoshi, would you help me find the fake? Sure. Great. Now just look at the boos. See how they move and you'll spot the fake. It wasn't me. Okay. What's that? You think maybe, don't know for sure that maybe you could connect to other Game Boy to play the mini games you unlock with another player, but you can't do the board game proper. Oh, okay. Maybe it's also just one player completely. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. Kinda thought that it was completely one player from like reviews I heard. But yeah, maybe you're right about that, like just playing the mini games alone. That would be at least something nice multiplayer wise you could do. Otherwise, like, it's weird, just single player Mario Party. Eep, you spotted me. Run away. Hey, halt. Hold it. Well, I'm off. Thanks for helping me boo out. You were great. Thanks for helping us. As a reward, you can have this gadget. You got the Predictotron. Bunch of junk fell from the sky. Found this just sitting on the ground. And we could collect all of these things. Maybe we can get Party World back to normal. Disc. Alright. Next quest. Yeah, this game looks great, man. But of course it's Nintendo, so why wouldn't it look good? This is different from other Mario Party games, so the hack calls it a different name. The story stuff. Oh, so the story is what they changed around? That's interesting. They actually worked on the story. Wahaha, I knew you'd show up, Yoshi. So you completed a quest. You've got a long way to go. I've got 10 gadgets, and you'll have to do my bidding to get them. I wonder if I got the regular GBA Mario Party, so I could compare it. I should just give up now. No way. Nintendo and Hudson Soft. I like Hudson Soft. I think they're a quality company. So them teaming up, I think they've done it before, right? It's always a good team up. That's big talk from someone so puny. Poopin' Godilla? Alright. Still have 10 gadgets. Complete quests for a chance to earn them. You have to do 2 more quests. Then you'll have a shot at getting one. See you later, weakling. Great work, you got your first gadget. Way to go, you must be a quick learner. I'll take your gadget to Playland. Try to earn every mini game and gadget. Get Party World back to the way it should be. No, the hack didn't change the story. Oh, it's just that this game being so story driven makes it very different. Oh, okay. From the rest, Mario Party doesn't typically have you having semi-deep combos with NPCs. Yeah, this feels like an RPG. In the beginning, they were asking me for my name and I don't know, they were asking questions about like, what kind of things do you like? All this crazy information. I was like, I don't want to enter any of this. Let me skip all that. Is this a real game? This is a hack of a real game. Mario Party for the GBA. Toad Force 5 fans hang out in the basement. You need something if you want to join them. Need something. Isn't it up here? This is a hack of Mario Party Advance. It changes the game's name and makes the game easier. Oh, okay, so it's just easier. Second floor of this condo is haunted. Might not be true, I'm not sure. So, can I enter? Would you like to stop here? Yes. Second floor, where it's haunted. You can stop at some places on your path without having to use the full dice. Okay, that's the easier part. I am Mr. E, Seeker of Mysteries. You have a mystery I can help with? Yes, I'm Sniffit. Do you think you could maybe help me out? Alright, yeah, this is a lot of story for Mario Party. Mystery awaits. So tell me about this mystery of yours. Well, Horror Condo is rumored to be haunted, but I haven't seen a single ghost here. So what do you want me to do? Want you to make a ghost appear? Here. That's all? Sure, it's no problem at all. Oh, thank you. Well, apprentice, would you do it? Gladly. Ah, that's the spirit. I'd do it myself, except the ghosts and I aren't on speaking terms. It's a long story. Anyway, get to it. When you accept a quest from someone, the quest icon appears. Okay. And Useful options. Quest data. Character list. Save. Hopefully that save works. Wait, what the? I didn't mean save and quit. Any direction? Yeah, but I'm just wondering where to go in anyways. Like what does the quest want me to do? Quest data, okay. Request Sasuke goes to haunt his room. I don't know. Other than that, what other information do I have? Boo. Go forward and back to the house. So a different. Oh, okay. Oh, there's a basement. Okay, yeah. How do you do? My name is Ninji. I was wondering, would you do a favor for me? What's up? Yeah, I was wondering if that was really necessary, moving forward and backwards. You can only accept one quest at a time. Oh. Abandon your other quests? Sure, why not? DVD for me. Oh, dang. Here's the deal, I want a DVD. Which DVD do you ask? A Toad Force 5 DVD, of course. It's no mere TV show, it's a lifestyle. Oh, hey, Savage. Welcome in. Oh, it's so cool. The hero is so incredibly... Oh yeah, can you do the shoutouts? Yeah, thanks, video. Oh, was that you? Yeah. Oh, the game doesn't pause. Doing pretty good there, Savage. Kicking Saget's ass. Oh, sorry, I got a bit carried away there. Anyway, that's what I want, a DVD. Okay. Oh, shit. Lady Link down. Thank you, Lady Link.
Lady-Link-Silly gifted 5 subscriptions to the
I
community.
think that's gonna trigger a little train. Yeah, there you go. Zoom. Thank you so much, Lady Link. Always with gift subs for everybody. Much love and respect. Lady Link is a top tier streamer. One of the best people around on Twitch. Oh, does Lady Link have clips? I forget. I know you do stream, right, occasionally? But do you have any clips? Or am I crazy? You don't stream? might be crazy. You don't stream? Oh, not yet? Oh, okay. You wish you stream? Been lurking while adulting. Oh, no problem. That's anytime anyone lurks, I always appreciate that. Wish you stream, don't stream soon when you get a PC. Oh, okay, so the laptop you're mentioning, that's not good enough? It's too crappy then? Let's see, you get the gonads for it. Oh, yesterday, I at least got to hear you talking to Glitzy. So you had some gonads to go live talking to her. Yeah, I think you'll do fine. You'll be alright. It's a piece of shit laptop. Damn. How old could it be? Like, is it like 20 years old? That laptop? Yeah, I think you'll do great. I mean, it doesn't take much. Oh, thank you. I'll return the favor. It's a limited edition DVD, so it's rare. I appreciate. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate you. You already know. I appreciate the hell out of you. Yes, it does. I admire you for doing this. You're doing great. Oh, man, really? That's too much praise. No, I'm afraid that's going too far. When you started on Twitch, you were streaming over a tablet? Damn. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. I've done that before. That's how I started. I mean, I was just testing it out. Not on a tablet, but on my phone. You could do it like that, and yeah, just play whatever games you got on your phone or tablet and stream straight to Twitch. That's like the easiest way. Easiest way to stream. If you got some game you want to play on your phone or whatever, yeah, you can do this straight stream off Twitch, straight off the game, whatever. Just go to Twitch first, say you want to stream, and I guess say what game it is you're playing, and then click on the game, and it should start working right away. Wait, you're going live on mobile right now? Really? Oh, there's a chest I forgot to open. Hype train chest. Uh-oh. We got a duck dance. Stop everything. Got a duck dance over here. You'll get there someday. Yeah, using emulators until YouTube and consoles up. Yeah, I kind of like using emulators just for convenience. I could hook up just about any old console, but yeah, it's a lot easier to just use RetroArch or something.
I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. I like to know how to swim.
Yeah. Wish I could pause the music.
The whole world gone mad?
Donald Gade Diabetes just redeemed that dance.
It sounds fine though. For me, the music of the game is what's the loudest right now. So, but if you're on a phone or whatever, it sounds like the duck dance actually comes through louder. See if you can get a fan to give you one. Some mushroom condo guy has a spare. Thanks again for all your help. Alright, got something. I don't know what did he give me? That old guy talking about the whole world going mad. He looks familiar. Like, oh yeah, that guy. Oh man, he's been in a lot of stuff, but I never know exactly what to call him out for. Like, what's his most famous role? Oh hey, PP, what's up, man? Shout out to PP Power. Very first stream over Twitch was playing OG Zelda and fell asleep. Oh, there's no clip? Yeah. Okay, what do they want me to do with this? Request get him a DVD from Toad Force 5 fan. Just got home from the gym, eating chicken. For some reason this game does not look familiar. Yeah, I've never seen it in action, but it's a hack of Mario Party for the Game Boy Advance. So yeah, I don't think a lot of people have played this. I mean, Mario Party, the regular version for GBA, hardly anybody played that, and this is a hack of that. So nobody's played this. Yeah, it's a weird game. Doesn't feel like a Mario Party game. It's like an RPG, really. If you win a mini game, I'll give you 5 mushrooms. Ready? Sea monkey. Videos account was 2016. Started streaming 2017. Rescue all the monkeys before time runs out. Left, right, accelerates. Rescue the little ukikis by racing up to them in your speedboat. Huh. Let's see. What the hell is this about? Oh, alright. Shit. Whoa, shit. Fuck. Whoa. Damn, there's a lot. Holy shit. Oh man, come on. Oh shit. Oh man. Just enough time. Same amount. Yeah, 7 years. Remember when Yoshi saved Baby Mario just so Mario could ride him like a horse? Kill him for the high jump. Yeah. Gotta do that extra high jump. Sacrifice a dinosaur. Why not? There's hundreds or thousands of Yoshis anyways. Crazy how great thoughts going on in the mountain. Graphics in this game, nice pixel art. Yeah, it's nicely animated and everything, looks good. You beat it, congrats. As I promised, here are 5 mushrooms. See you later. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. Where was that Toad? Said he was a fan. Map. I know one of these spots, there was that Toad talking about he was a fan of whatever that was, Toad Force 5. Damn, I don't know. Where would I even go? Yoshi's driving a shoe. A shoe, mushroom. Yeah. No idea where to go. Yeah. Can't figure it out. Move on to the next quest. Hey, cool. Cool it. I'm practicing my pitch. Or did you want to ask me something? Yep. You can only accept one. Yep. Abandon. Cool as ice. I'm Mr. Blizzard, ace pitcher. I won 21 games for Snowtown Ice Stars. So what brings you to my frozen field? Pitch for me? What? I'd be glad to, but can you hit? Give it a try.
What?
Just press the A button. Hey, Skibby. Okay, swing for the fences. I doubt you can do it. Oh shit, already? Okay, how do you like my breaking ball? Ooh, what? Shit. Alright. Not bad, but I wasn't really trying. You're a better hitter than most. I'm gonna give you this gadget. You got the mini slugger. Glad you got a gadget. Well, I better get back to my practice. Alright, that was a quest. Take your gadget to Playland. You got 48 quests, holy shit. 48 quests. I hope you'll complete them all. Shit. Time for the mushroom challenge. Chance to get more mushrooms. 10 mushrooms if you win the game. This game. If you lose, you'll get nothing. Pesticide. Beat the target score before time runs out. Pick flower, water, spray. Keep the flowers healthy. Use the bug spray wisely and water your sunflowers. Oh shit, what? Okay, I did it. Thought the time ran out. Did you know you could kill someone if you spray them with wasp spray? Yeah, isn't that just poison? So any type of bug spray will kill somebody. You get 10 mushrooms. you don't know? You heard it in the news? Yeah, I think any bug spray I wouldn't want to get sprayed with. Like, why specifically wasp spray is especially bad? They said whatever you do, don't spray someone with wasp spray that you want to kill. Like, wasp spray that you want to kill unless you want to kill it. You could kill a person by spraying poison in their face. Penguins at a bit of a loss in the game room. What happened? Why not see if you can help? You should add human faces on the wall. On the wasp spray. Human and wasp spray. Oh no, I think that's finished there. Where else to go? What is this? Ice game room, would you like? Yeah, sure. Welcome to Ice Game Room. One cool joint. Had a nephew pass because of Roach Killer? Damn. Can't believe somebody would spray a kid with Roach Killer. Everything's fun until someone pulls out wasp spray. I could see kids accidentally spraying each other with that, thinking it's harmless or something. I'm Penguin, can you lend me a hand? Okay, I'll help you. Reminds you, do you guys remember Mucha Mucha and the flea? I remember Lucha Mucha. Not sure about the flea. You were so poor, you didn't have water guns? Just had roach spray? Rip, little cuz, damn. Yep, that's how kids will play with that shit. Till somebody drops dead. Oh, fabulous. I'm glad I asked you. You see, I'm going to propose to my girl. Been trying to win enough to buy a ring. But I'm doing badly, actually. I'm broke. I lost everything. I can't marry her now. Not unless you can help win back my money. No problem. Are you serious? Oh, you're the best. Okay, listen. All you have to do is win. In fact, beat this game and it's yours. Please, I really want to marry her. Drop 'em. Win at least 1 coin more than you started with. So let's get you started. Drop coins and watch them bounce off the pins. Oh, it's that game. Pachinko. You thought those porta potties in the back? Oh damn, this is gonna be tough. Oh shit, damn. Oh, that's it? Okay. Got it on the first try. Yeah, you did it. Me and Penguin can get married now. Hooray. Oh, those things in the back, yeah. It could be like toilets. Anything could be a toilet, really, if you give it a chance. Penguin's my girl. She's cute. Anyway, you get to keep this mini game now. You're good at playing games, huh? You're like the game mage himself. I'm gonna go buy my Penguin a ring. Yeah. Nice game room. Alright. Oh shit. Bowser, what are you up to now? So you completed 3 quests, eh? Now you get to challenge me? Wow. Hahaha. My quest is at the end of the pipe. We're going to battle in a sports game. Come to the Bowser Pipe House. Hurry to the pipe if you want a gadget. You don't know where it is? It's in the middle of Shroom City. I'll let you get into the next pipe if you complete 7 more quests. See you later. And yeah, this is totally different from regular Mario Party. I'll take your game. Playland, 47 quests to go. Hope you complete them all. Mr. I has a crush on a certain princess. I bet he'd give her a gadget if he could. Where did Bowser say he was? Town area? Shit, I don't... What the hell did he say? What is it? I'm too busy to talk. If you were Princess Peach, maybe. Well, never mind. Look, maybe you should just leave. What? Son of a bitch. Toadie on the second floor is a musician. He's popular too, but he needs some help. What an asshole. A freaking eye. Well, doesn't even want me to help. Alright, wanna get to this? No, where the hell was it? Toadie, where the fuck? Damn, I don't know. Welcome to Junk, the item superstore. We're not quite open yet. We should be opening up real soon though. Oh shit. The Babam boss is in this condo. Wonder where he could be hiding. Alright, I guess you just go wherever and do the quest. Doesn't really matter. Oh shit, rooftop. I am Mr. E, Seeker of Mysteries. I delve into unknown secrets of the world. So care to join me on a mystery? Hey, UFO. Mystery awaits. I hear a UFO lands on this very rooftop. Let's investigate. Pardon me, sir, I hear a UFO lands here. Oh yeah, the UFO, sure. Mystery awaits. Tell me, when does the UFO appear? Here, I'll summon the UFO right now. What? You can do that? Now, incredible. What? Eat the bug. Sure, want to call it with me? Are you serious? How could I resist? What if it's dangerous? Why don't you do it? That's right, don't keep Mystery waiting. Just follow my lead and press the buttons. If you don't mind. Oh shit, this game, okay. Yeah. Oh, what? Oh man, what the hell? Shit, this is annoying. Shit. I'm screwing this up completely. Oh, that's even worse than I thought it was gonna be. UFO didn't show up. Another mystery. We all eat bugs, it's in our food. Isn't it for every box of cereal there's 2 cockroaches in it? Or some. There's definitely bugs, yeah. But they don't have to be roaches, it could be whatever. Grasshopper, who knows. But yeah, there's bugs in everything we eat. Or pesticides. So we're eating that wasp spray already without knowing. Hey Brady, welcome in. Shout out for Brady. What's up with you, Brady? How are you today? Is the world still full of shit? It still sucks. Like Palpatine says.
Goku succeeds in defeating Cell's perfect form. After celebrating with his friends, he heads home. Oh, okay, so it really is like an ultimate thing. Cool!
I'm finally home, Mom!
It's like a what-if situation.
Are you okay?
The only thing that doesn't suck is Grimace.
This is
That's
so
true.
cool!
No, I'm okay, but... Wait, where's Goku?
He used to work in a cornfield and a peach field. And a lot of the corn and peaches had bugs in them. Yeah.
You're alive! Of course I am.
We just gotta face the facts that we're eating bugs and pesticide every time we eat. Just about anything. Any natural foods? I don't know what if we just eat unnatural food like Doritos or something? That's probably clear of any bugs. Oh hey Willie. What's up, Willie Caballero? Amp's having a hard time in the game room. Wonder what happened. Go find out, will you? The bugs get grinded. Oh, okay, yeah. I guess so. Get grinded up into Doritos. Yeah. No matter what we eat, it's all grinded up bugs in there. This Ptarmigan trying to fug. Oh. Oh yeah, damn Brady, you just missed out. The TTS, it died earlier today. Everybody was using it up to make Mike Tyson answer questions. Mike Tyson and Marge Simpson, Those were the main ones being used up. Now we gotta wait till December 6th for it to come back. Yeah. People were going wild with that. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Flutter. I've just been feeling a little blue lately. Talk to me. Hearts of Flutter. Damn it, everybody. Yeah, it was a couple of hours ago now, it feels like, when they killed all the TTS. Yeah, that's what Marge kept saying. Can't make friends with salad. and Mike Tyson's cocksucker and piece of shit. That's what Marge Tyson would say. Can't make friends with salad, cocksucker. Oh, that's so sweet of you to listen. My problem is that I'm in love. Yeah, another person in love. But there's more. I'm so embarrassed. It's unrequited love when I see him. I get butterflies in my stomach. I'm so shy. Would you mind telling this guy how I feel? If you do it, I'll give you a gadget. Do that for me, I'm so happy. I'm afraid I don't even know his name. Nobody's got eyes as big as his. Guys with big eyes, deep blue eyes. Are you playing Mario Party? Yeah, Mario Party Advance. But it's a hack. Yeah, a hacked version of it. Go find the guy with the big blue eye. Oh, okay. One big blue eye. Back where we came from. This way, right? There he is. Whoops, I don't want to go back, damn it. Oh shit. Mini game time. Yeah, this is a pretty good game actually. I didn't think it was gonna be this good. Slingshot, beat the target score. Tap the A and B buttons to build power. Catch and updraft to fly farther. Tilt up, tilt down. Alright, let's see what the hell this is. Oh shit. Oh shit, no. Bam. Oh, no good. Alright. Too bad, better luck next time. This game looks so amazing. You wish you had it when you were a kid. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Since it was a single player Mario Party game, I was always against it. Like, fuck that. I'm never gonna play that. That's a dumb idea. But now that I'm playing it, I'm like, man, it's pretty good. Immediately recognized it, that it was Mario Party Advance. Oh, I used to play it a lot. Cool, so Brady knew what was up when it came out. He's doing the Mario Cape fly. Yeah, that's exactly how it feels to control it. But damn, I guess I should have done a big dive and then fly up. I think that's what I needed to do from the start. Mr. I, would you like to stop here? Yes. A big blue eye. So he wants to tell me something? What? Flutter. Oh, I see. She sent you to tell me that. Wow, I understand how she feels, but hardly know her, so it's a little weird. Besides, I've got my eye on someone else. Wouldn't be right to lead her on. And they got drama in this game. Tell her I'm sorry. It's like a soap opera. In the original game, you would only get 3 mushrooms. Oh shit. Whereas this hack starts with 15. Oh, no wonder it does seem a little bit easy because of that. What even happens if you lose all the mushrooms though? Because does that make it harder or easier? Oh yeah, it's way easier. You need the mushrooms to be able to walk around. But yeah, what happens if you lose them all? What is it, game over? Well, he already rejected that butterfly. So he's not gonna change his mind. Okay. God, big eye. Don't make fun of me. Besides, think I might need to get glasses. If you run out of mushrooms, you game over and you have to start the story over again? Oh man. What the fuck? That's terrible. Shit. Might need to get... Yeah, that makes it really tough, man. Sounds like almost impossible to play then. Wait, why am I telling you all this? Shoot. Okay, see ya. Koopa Kid here. Don't think so, or so you heard. Could be wrong. It's hardcore for Mario Nintendo game. Yeah, I didn't expect that. Start all over. No matter how much progress you've made, that would suck. Koopa Kid here. If you win a mini game, I'll give you 2 mushrooms. Look at that. I'm down to 7. Damn, already feel like I'm gonna lose them all. You don't win, I'll take 2 mushrooms away. You're going to play Bill Bounce. Good luck. Beat the target score before time runs out. Left, right, jump. Keep bouncing on those bullet bills and make your way to the top. Damn, this fucking sucks. Oh man, this is fucking tough. Oh. Holy shit. They really wanted you to do this all the way to the top. Fucking nuts. Well, I guess just reach 1,000 points. And so he's gonna take 2 away. Oof. Yeah, I didn't realize it was just to get 1,000 points. Shit. Almost got it. Down to 5. Come again soon. Oh shit. Oh my god, fucking terrible. Alright, now, where do I want to go? I guess we're gonna find out what happens when you lose all the mushrooms. Anywhere. Oh, the bomb house? Oh wait, I did that one. The Koopa Bank. Yeah, let's see what the hell this is. Good heavens, I've been robbed. Please, won't you help a Koopa out? Of course. You can only accept one. Was I on a quest? Oh, the Flutter quest? Ah, shit. Probably a robbery? Yes, I'll give you a gadget. I called the police, they never came. Sorry I'm late. The name's Shroomlock from Toadland. What took you so long? Well, I got a flat, ran out of gas. Forget about it. Just find the thief. And please get my bank's coins back. First, you should tell me what happened. Oh yeah, well, the power went out. So the lights had gone out. So, yeah, and when they came back on, all the coins in the safe were gone. I see. Was anyone in the bank at the time? Yes, 3 people. Goombab, Paratrooper, Chupa, and Mr. I. Call it a hunch, but one of them did it. What? It was a customer? Let me ask, did you see the door open at all? Oh shit, another fucking bot? Oh man. Fucking deny. Cheap viewers, get out of here. Deny. Did you see? Let me ask, did you see the door open at all? No, I would have seen the light if it had. That means the criminal was already inside. Let me tell you, tell me, where are those 3 now? You think it's the coop with the wings that did it? They left after the power came back on. Yoshi, would you go question the suspects? If I talk to them, I'll know who did it. I'd do it, but my car's a piece of junk. Crooks always lie, so just find the liar. Go talk to Goombab, Paratroopa, and Mr. I. Shit. I only know where Mr. I is. Oh no. This is it. This is gonna be the end. What do you want? Where's the money? Where's the money, Lebowski? What? Are you calling me a crook? I was in the bank, but I saw nothing. It was dark, so I just stayed where I was. Oh, but I did hear some coins jingling. And that's all I've got to say to you. See? Damn. All the mushrooms are gone, but nothing has happened. I think I might need glasses. Oh, same. It just says the same things. Really leave? No, same questions. Okay, leave. You're all out of mushrooms. Sorry, but you'll have to stop right there. Wah, wah, wah. Results. Drop 'em. Mini Slugger. You can play in Challenge Lands game mode. Restart game, select a character. I wonder what's the difference if you choose different characters. Oh, different spot. Okay. The same mushroom shoe car. Thought he was gonna get a different car. Seems like you always want to land on the grass for your last move, just to get a free move. Yeah, at least maybe get lucky that way. A swimming coach here seems to be troubled. A very good swimmer, help him out. I think it does save your progress, like any quest that you finished. Let me see, quest data. Yeah, it looks like it kept that 3 out of 50. Yeah, that's cool then. It doesn't really affect you that much, really. Wait, I wanted to go, yes, that swim coach thing. Yeah, this is not bad at all then. It's not like starting from scratch then. That would have sucked. I'm Cheap swimming coach. Can use spare an ear for a sad man. Sure, brother. Swimming wimp. Oh, thanks. I'll tell you all about it. Swimmy is coming up in no time at all. But Cheap's just not focused. Think he's lacking the confidence. Do you think you could give him some help? Thank you. I'll supply a reward. Okay, I want you to race against Cheap. But you have to lose. And here's the thing. You have to make your loss look natural. Oh man. No point in trying, but I'll do my best. Tap A button repeatedly to swim. Ready. Shit, but he's good. The fuck? You lost on purpose. What? Bet the coach asked you, huh? I was actually trying. What the fuck? Oh darn, I'm just not good enough. Said lose, but make it close. Now what can I do? Oh, my stomach. Try again from the start if you want. Should never have asked you. Dual Tower is a great training ground. It's a rough place, but you'll learn a lot. Yeah, fine. Okay, yeah, same thing. Right. Ready. Oh shit. Man, he starts to go fast. Shit, when does this end? Oh fuck, fuck, he went really fast at the end. Shit. It's a long fucking race. Looper's training for the duel games. If you're good, why not help him train? I'm doing this swimming coach thing. Damn it. Ready? I'm just gonna win it. Oh, what? Oh, stupid. You can't go too far or too far back. Oh, that's fucking bullshit. Dolphin here fancies himself a comedian. Drop in on him if you want a little laugh. Shit, wasting mushrooms like crazy. Gotta finish this one at least. Ready? Oh, shit. Damn, now he's too slow. Shit. What the fuck? Dang, he's struggling all the way. Oh, there you go. He gets better suddenly. Alright. That had to be good enough. I won. No way. I can't believe it. I did it, coach. I won. I won. Well, duh. You're the greatest swimmer ever. Woo, yeah. Enough wasting time. Back to practice. Oh, I can't wait. Thank you. He seems so much more confident. I'm sure he'll do fine in the competition. Here and thanks. Take this gadget. Got the desktop golf. Thanks for everything. Be training hard. Go for the gold. Am I going overboard? Ooh, man, that shit took me, what, 5 times? Congratulations, got a gadget. Take your gadget. Got 46. Cool. Lakitu's a big fan of Toad Force 5. Oh, he's the fan. I guess I gotta get the DVD from him or something. Can't remember some trivia about it. Mario Vaudeville, would you like to stop here? And it is good, this keeps up with your quest completed even after game over. Yeah, it would have been too messed up if they just ignored everything you did. that would have been that would have made this game really shitty then. Oh hi, I'm Dolphin. Do you think you could lend me an ear? What's the problem? Comedy bomb. See, I'm a stand-up comedian, or I would be, but I can't get any gigs. It's because nobody laughs at my jokes. I've got no confidence that that's my sob story. Would you listen to my routine for me? Hey, thanks. If I can just make you laugh, I'll be happy. Press the A button to laugh. A button to laugh at punchlines. You just laugh all the time. Well, let's just say that I won't feel better. If you laugh well, I'll give you a gadget. Please, won't you just laugh at my jokes? Hello, ladies and germs. Enjoy the show. So I bought myself the latest portable phone. Right off the bat, the thing goes out on me. So I went back to the dealer and complained. And so the dealer, he says to me, "Sir, this phone is a precision instrument. You should never ever take it outside." Yeah, woo, Dolphin. I don't get it, what? I don't look it, but I was a great student. Anyway, there was this girl crying in class. She said, "Boo-hoo, my eyes are so bad that I can't read the chalkboard." I read the questions to her and she cried. Forget the questions, give me the answers. Woo, Dolphin, go, Dolphin. You've been a great audience, thank you. That was it? Okay. Oh shit, such a big oh man. Fucked up the first joke then. Tragedy, I have no talent. Sorry, can't give you a gadget. Begin from the start to try again. Burb? Maybe I'm not cut out to be a comedian. Mecha Coop is a master mathematician.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Human? We got to treat him like a date and laugh at all his shitty jokes. If you want his bus, his gadget. But don't laugh too much, because then he'll know you're faking it. At the burb. Pet the little dinosaur. Angry little guy. Wants to have a go. You want to go? Let's go. Pet. They're the size of an eagle. They're pretty damn big. These guys. I would be freaked out if I saw that shit in real life. Notice they all have red eyebrows. Yeah. A big fluffy eyebrows. That's a little velociraptor. How long is this one? God damn. Okay, shit. That went on longer than I thought it would. If you're good at math, go say hello to Mecha Koopa. Right, so is he gonna tell the same jokes? Cause I didn't get that first one then. I didn't know the joke was over. Let's see if it says something different. Ladies and germs, that's a joke. So I bought myself the latest portable phone. Yes. Goes out. Dealer and complain. Oh shit, I don't know. Probably that was not good. That's the joke? I don't know. The punchline was never take it outside. But I still don't get what's the joke there. Precision instrument. Never take it outside. Good enough? Shit. I think I still messed up. That first bad joke. Oh, okay, you laughed and you sounded sincere. I'm a genius. I'm a comic genius. I'm brimming with confidence. Hooray. I feel like my old self again. Here's the gadget. You got the snow globe. Close the curtain, cause this is over. I got myself a gig, so I'll see you later. $45, shit. Monty Mole's out of luck in the game room. Wonder what happened. Go find out, will you? Library, okay. Oh yeah, this is interesting, Zerp. Of course, can I just help you, please? Math magician. Me, Zert? I'm Mecha Koopa, I'm a mathematician. In fact, I discovered Mecha Koopa's theorem. Can I, in theory, help you with something? Ask me a question? An eager Zert student. I have Zerped 3 questions for you. If you answer them all correctly, I'll give you a gadget. Question 1. 10 plus what equals 1000? You are correct. On to question 2. Question 2. 10 times what equals 1000? Correct. X, L, 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 and L. 10 times what equals 0? Correct, a perfect score. Excellent, excellent. Brilliant, even. You deserve praise. You're a genius, a prodigy. You earned this gadget. Oh, that was an easy one. You got the Castle Knight. This gadget fell out of the sky. Everyone in Shroom City probably has one. Oh, you're collecting them? Are you? That's great. Maybe you can fix this mess. Someone fell from this cliff. Will he be okay? Was it more than an accident? Oh man, keep getting ones. Shit. Already down to 5. Mushroom challenge. Bunny belt. Beat the target score before time runs out. Switch, make toy, restart toy. Press the control pad and the A button in order to manufacture cute dolls. What? Oh shit. the fuck? Oh shit, the instructions are there. Fuck. Oof. Damn it, I didn't know what the hell they wanted me to do.
Willow ptarmigan.
Gadget boner.
Lagopus lagopus.
You're playing games now? Yeah, started playing. Oh, I can't play it again, damn. Mushroom Beacon, would you like to stop here? Yes. It's mommy to you, Godilla. Charge, I'm Blooper. Duelists are people who battle in duel games. Training to become a duelist myself. Want to help me train with a quick duel? You're on. Thanks, it's so lonely training solo. Blooper battle. Let's start the duel. Charge. Ready. Man, I'm so nervous, brr. I'm trembling with anticipation. I'm not scared, brr. Win the duel and I'll give you a game. Hammergeddon. Beat your opponents. Here we go. Time to put my training to work. Move, jump, throw. Throw hammers at your foe. Hit him or her 3 times to win. Oh shit. The princess. Oh no. Damn. Alright, I had to get used to it. Mami Uwu. You didn't win this quest, it isn't over yet. Don't worry, I'll give you another try. One of your 4 mushrooms. Okay, that's the spirit. Ta-da! I wasn't committed enough, I lost. But I have to fulfill my promise. You're an amazing duelist, you know? Have you heard about Duel Tower? That's where all the best duelists train. Come back and duel me again. I'll be better. Bum, 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 bum. 43 to go. Alright. They say Babam is in the powerful group. Aren't you just dying to know more about it? Sushi Cliff, would you like to stop? Oh shit, a shark. Help, help. Somebody's falling off the cliff. I'll help. Sploosh. Hey, thanks pal. By the way, I'm Sushi. That guy should be at the base of the cliff. Ah. Wah. Oof, that stung. I'm Shroomlat from Toadland Yard. It's you, I thought you fell off the cliff. Yeah, but I bounced off a sea sponge. So you're okay? But what made you fall off? I didn't fall, I was pulled into the sea. What are you saying? Someone tried to ruin my suit. And it was no accident. Did you see anything? No. Oh, but there were 3 witnesses though. It's just a hunch, but one of them did it. Crooks like to linger at the crime scene. Will you help me find the culprit? Yeah. Yup. Sploosh. Great. Thanks for all your help. But all 3 suspects have already left. Oh, damn, gotta go look for them. Don't worry, I stopped to interview them all. Oh, the shark already did it. I know each of their stories by heart. Oh, that's great. You're a big help. Let's talk to Sushi and find the culprit. Okay, find out who pulled me into the sea. Oh, him. Here's what he said. Me, I'm Blooper, an innocent by swimmer. I didn't do it. Cross my tentacles. That's his story. Have you figured out who pulled me in? No, the fuck. Oh, him? Here's what he said. My name's Dolphin. I was just passing by. I didn't do a thing. Cross my fins. That's his story. Have you figured out? No. Oh, him, here's what he said. My name's Cheep. Am I a suspect? I didn't do it. I didn't do shit. I'm not guilty. And that's his story. Have you figured out who pulled me in? Son of a bitch. The one that made a terrible pun? So who was it? I'm not sure if I follow your logic. Pretty sure that guy's innocent. Damn. You got the wrong guy. This crime remains unsolved. You'll have to try again. What? What are the clues? I don't even get... Was I supposed to just randomly guess? Goomba lives here. He's nicer than he looks. I'm sure he's got lots to tell you. Damn, one more mushroom? Coming soon to a chat near you, in a world where game overs don't end. Quests, join Omega, and enter the video power zone. Verbs and cumin spice up the chat while mysterious Ukometsu's chant in the background. Treat your gadgets like dates for epic loot. From eagle-sized pets to boner guns. This stream has it all. Remember, it's mommy to you. Tune in for laughs, games, and retro glory. Alright, let's get to the investigating. Alright, what's weird about their stories? Who pulled? Okay, that's highlighted in red. Pulled. I'm Blooper. I'm an innocent by swimmer. Wait. Whoa. Cross my tentacles. Okay. Yeah, it was Blooper. But let's see what this guy said again. Here's what he said. My name's Dolphin. I was just passing by. Didn't do a thing. Cross my fins. Wait. The fuck? Cross my fins. Cross my tentacles. So they... Isn't that what you say when you're lying? Cross my fingers? Cheap said, am I a suspect? Didn't do it. Not guilty. You got two guys that said cross their fingers, cross their fins. Cross their tentacles. Seems random as hell who to pick. Blooper. No doubt about it, I agree with you. But why? Hey, what's this? I heard what you said. You're not saying I did it, are you? There's no point in denying it. Why would you even say something like that? You see, I was pulled into the sea. Know what it takes to pull something? Well, you just grab something and tug. Ah, yes, easy. But only if you have arms. Okay. So fins, you can't do that with fins. Oops. Yes, no one else has arms to grab with. Oh my. I'm sorry, I didn't want to hurt you. I'm sorry. It'll never ever. You can stop apologizing now. Oh shit. I didn't hear the duck dance.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. I like to know how to swim. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
And
Ickabots just redeemed duck dance.
okay. Ever happen again. I'll let it slide, but no more pranks, okay? Thanks for that duck dance, Ika. Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. My wife asked me to get some groceries. You're amazing. I can't believe you solved it. I'm impressed. Here, take this gadget. Bada bing, bada boom. You got the digitizer. See you later. Thanks for your help. $42. Holy shit. Goon Bob lives here and he's in love. Looking for the perfect gift. Damn, one mushroom. You just had some cup noodles, stir fry, rice with noodles, General Tso's chicken flavor. Damn, now I'm hungry. Gonna have to get something to eat. Oh shit, no, not again. Can't do anything really. Gonna run out of mushrooms. Wow, wow, wow. Bum, 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 bum. That's cool, they're using the Super Mario World music. Restart? No. Select another character? Yes. Well, we're running out of characters. So, Princess Peach? You sure? Yes. Let's see where she starts. Go Peach. Oh my, there's a monkey missing. Think you can find out where he's gone? Oh man. And you only get 3 mushrooms in the real game? What the hell? That's terrible. Every game would end instantly. Jungle Game Hut, would you like to stop here? Yes. This Jungle Game Hut is one wild place. My name is Hoot, and I'm in need of help. I'll help. That's a hoot. I thought I'd be stuck here forever. I've been playing games here for a while, but I've been on an awful losing streak. My debt's so heavy I can't even fly. Beat the game for me so I can fly again. I thought I'd be stuck here forever. Okay, so all you need to do is play this game. Beat it to get a mini game. If you don't, then I'll never get out of here. Stop them. Win at least 1 coin more than you started with. Give it your best, I'm counting on you. Change coins. Choose. Pick spot spin. If the light stops on a spot you bet on, you'll win coins. Oh crap. The hearts, diamonds. Okay. Shit, what happened? Oh. What the hell? 5. And then what? Oh shit. Oh crap. Damn, how the hell? Just pure chance. Oh, fuck. Damn. Ooh, holy shit. That's it, I won, right? Damn. Correct, only 3 mushrooms in the original. And you think the original game is also more stingy with the mushrooms it hands out for winning. Forget how you earn more mushrooms, but this hack is more generous. And maybe that's why the real game didn't get that much attention. It feels that hard to play. It kind of sucks with 3 mushrooms. The hell? Hoot, you did it. I feel so much lighter. And you were so fast. You made my head spin. Thank you. The minigame is all yours. This minigame fell from the sky. Everyone in Shroom City must have gotten one. Are you going to get them all? Well, good luck. You've got serious ambition. Ba 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 ba. Damn, 41 to go. Making progress. Hammer Bro has the best throwing arm in town. He's tough, but why not challenge him? Spear Thicket. Hooah, hooah, I am being Spear Guy. I am wanting a duel, but you are not having mustache of bravery. No mustache, no fight. That's the rule. Aw, that sucks. Discrimination. Pedal Guy fell in love at first sight. Wonder who he fell for. Go ask him. You looked it up. Mushroom challenges give out 10 mushrooms every 10 turns. Oh shit, Barf is back. Ten mushrooms every 10 turns. Who the heck? In the original, I gave out 3. Oh, makes sense.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but
That's how
the friends
you're
I have
gonna
found,
walk
I'm gonna
into
show
your
you how to
family
duck
gathering
dance
in
and walk
15
around.
minutes.
So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck,
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
doing the duck, doing the duck,
I'm doing the duck.
doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swim. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Varf-face-9000 just redeemed tag dance.
It's gonna be how you enter Thanksgiving dinner. Pedal House. Okay. Would you like to stop here? Yes, yes. I long, oh how I long. You there, I long for assistance. blossom of my heart. Oh, thank you, I'm Petal Guy. Cupid's arrow has struck me true. I fall in love, but I know not where my love lies. I've seen her once in town. Find her and I'll give you a gadget. Oh, mercy, mercy. Let me describe my dearest in detail. She is delicate like a fragile butterfly and full of life and color like a flower. Look, she is like a butterfly, a blossom. When you see her, give her my poem of love. I know that butterfly. Damn, but how do I get... Oh, damn. Wait, what? Gotta travel to another part of the game, I think. Yukiki house, would you like to stop? Yes. Monkey. Eek, eek, eek. This is serious. Oh hey, I'm Akiki. Anyway, I need help. You can only accept one quest at a yeah. Throw that away, I guess. Monkey napping. Okay, so here's the deal. You listening? What's all this then? What's all this then? Who are you? Oh, I'm Shumlak from Toadland Yard. I was heading to lunch when I heard an eek. Yeah, well listen up, little mushroom man. The name's Shumlak. Whatever. Anyway, this is my uncle's house. His name is Ukiki. He's king of the jungle. Well, mayor really, when I come to visit. He was gone. I found a letter on the floor. Let's see. We have your uncle. This looks like a case of kidnapping. Eek, eek. I knew it. Oh, uncle. Where's my uncle? Why, this letter says where your uncle is. Peach, would you help this little lady out? Certainly. Great. I'd love to do it myself, but I think I twisted my foot just now. Here, read this letter and find her uncle. His location is hidden in a secret code. I'll show you the letter right now. I am at the lake. Big Team Cat Leather Flake Blarm Pot. Got it. Go find them. Eek and thank you. That's the lake, right? Lake, lock, same thing. Ook, you found me. That's my Akiki. Wait, you're not Akiki. Am I? Why, I'm a Ukuki. Ukiki? Is that what happened? Oh dear. I wanted to surprise my little Akiki. Never thought it'd become such a mess. Here, take this gadget of mine. You got the mini maze. Sorry for all the fuss. Better go explain to Kiki, huh? Well, goodbye. Oh no. Aragi completed 10 quests. Fine, I'll let you hop into the next pipe. Guar. My quest is at the end of the pipe. This time it's a joke quest. Make me laugh. Complete 5 more quests for the next pipe. See you later, worm. $40 more to go. Oh shit. Going to cost you a turn. Damn. Already ran out of turns pretty much. Do you like to stop here? What is it? Do you want to dance? This is the only dance school in the jungle. I'm Hulu, the dance instructor. Hi. Say, do you have any dance experience? Born dancing? Really? You must be natural then. Let's dance. I'll see if I can keep up. Just press the buttons I show you, okay? Complete the quest and get piped by Bowser. That's Bowser's quest. It's all about piping. Are you ready? Then let's dance. Yes, Hulu. Yes, Hulu. I wonder where Netflix is. Oh shit! Is it going on already? It started. Shit. Okay. Oh shit. Fucked up. Oh man, I think I missed 2. Okay, what timing, what incredible grace. Did so well here. Awesome, I messed up twice, I think. Still won. You got the mini bowling. You should be a dancer, I'm serious. Come back anytime. Congratulations. Alright, what else? Oh shit. Reach the end before time runs out. Dreadmill. Run, race for the goal, but watch out for those spikes along the way. Oh shit, what? Oh damn, it's gonna get fast. Oh, am I supposed to be going forward actually, or what? Oh shit. Damn, yeah, I think I wasted time. Too much time wasted. Holy shit. 3, 2, 1, fuck. Alright. Try again? Oh no, that's one of those that just goes by. Better luck next time. Crap. People say monster lives in this lake. I wonder if it's really true. Oh, so there's more missions in each one? Macus, it's another duck dance.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck.
Has the whole world gone mad?
Has the whole world gone mad?
McDonald's gabe media Betty just redeemed tag dance.
The biggest duck in town. Duck dance. Thanks, Macus, for the 20th duck dance today. I am Mr. E, Seeker of Mysteries. I hear a monster lurks within this lake. Yeah, there it is. Don't let it eat me. My name's Dory, and I'm so lonely. Want a friend, one who can understand me. One who knows what it's like being a dinosaur. Noah DM'd you and asked you how long you were gonna stream for some reason. Oh wait, asked you about me? Oh, huh. For some reason? Does that mean he's gonna stream or something? Yeah, that's weird. I wonder if he's gonna stream or what. Or if he's just asking for the hell of it. Only there was someone like that. You think he is? Oh. Watch out if you've got a mustache. Oh. Damn. Spear guy's looking for a mustache duelist. For mustache duelist. You just said Mac goes for a long time usually? Yeah. That's pretty much all you can really say. What else? What else can you really tell him? I mean, he should know. Usually I'll be on for a while. I think he knew that. Advanced stage, you already beat the quest for... Oh, wait. So there's only one mission here? No, then. I guess that's over with. one's finished. That one's finished. Can't do that one. Petal House, need to go give that letter to a butterfly. So is there any way to go to another island? I don't see any other way to do this. Oh shit, Bowser. You wonder if he asked that because he's short on mods, but he should be good. Yeah, I think there's gotta be somebody, especially on Sundays. Everybody's pretty much home. Ta-da, it's me, Koopa Kid. Hooray for me. Imagine running into you here. You know, bad things happen when you run into me. Let's see, what bad thing should I do? Should I do to you this time? Rochambeau? Let's play rock, paper, scissors. If you win, I won't do a thing to you. Oh, but if you lose, okay, here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, go. Shit. You got me. So frustrating. Be back, I'll be back. Damn, already ran out of mushrooms right here. Hello, I'm Tumble. If you win a minigame, I'll give you 5. Oh shit. Bill bounce. Oh, damn, this one. Okay, maybe I could do this shit. Bounce on Bullet Bill. Does the princess float? Nope. Wait, so there's no reason in jumping to the top like they said. That was bullshit. Kept thinking you gotta jump to the top. Oh man, did even worse. Yeah, so that's a lie. There's no reason to go to the top, is there? Unless you get points. Oh, they do give you more points? Oh shit, okay. Yeah, now it makes sense. And it's weird he asked. Oh yeah, he could ask me directly, I don't know. Maybe he did and I just didn't pay attention since I'm streaming. He probably did, who knows. The higher bullet bills give you more points. Shit. Should've. Damn, should've been ready for that. Sorry, couldn't give you. And the turn's over. Yep. Time to pick Mario, I guess. Dreadmill, stop him. New character. Finally pick Mario. Let's get started. Ninji on the first floor loves TV. Okay, yeah, same. Looking for a DVD. Goomba House, would you like to stop here? Yes. Howdy, I'm Goomba. Here's the scoop. Oh, I think he is live, isn't he, Makus? Let's see. Oh yeah, it looks like he is. Let me leave him a lurk at least. Let's see, Noah. There you go. Howdy, I'm Goomba. Here's the scoop. All these things fell from the sky. Everyone got a mini game or a gadget. If you help folks out, they'll give you mini games and gadgets. Would you help me out? Sure. My quest is easy. It's just a tiny errand. Go to the train station and get me a ticket. Will you do it? Thanks. Station is to the left of here. All you have to do is give me one ticket. Oh shit, right there. Hello, I'm Shy Guy. I'm the station master. Oh, so Goomba's got you on an errand? What did he ask you to do? Buy a ticket? Alright, one ticket for Mr. Goomba. You got a ticket. And now back. As a reward, you can have a gadget. You got egg roll. That's how to get mini games and gadgets. So now you're gonna get them all, huh? Good luck. Brr, 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 brr. Good luck. Congratulations. Bob Amba loves flowers. Why don't you go pick her favorite for her? Oh, damn. Chain Chomp, yes. See what Chain Chomp wants. Ruff, I'm Chain Chomp. Bow wow wow. Arf, I love duel games. Arf, wanna duel me? Arf, yeah. Oh boy. Chomper Stomper. Are you all set? All sets. Arf. If you beat me, you get a game. Fat chance. I'm the top dog. Chainsaw. Cut the chain before your opponent does. Here we go. Pull. Saw. Oh shit, push saw. Cut the chain holding up that thwomp, but don't wear yourself out. Okay. Oh shit. Holy fuck. Oh my god, what's... Did I win? Okay, what the fuck? Damn, I thought I was doing good actually. The fuck? Don't worry, I'll give you another. Okay, use one of your name. GG. Yeah, I thought I was actually winning that. The fuck? But yeah, it did seem weird that the thing was over my head getting closer. Oh yeah, I wasn't Yoshi. Yeah. So let's see. The fuck? You said don't wear yourself out. Okay. Oh shit, that's a lot of sweat. Okay. So you gotta make sure don't go too fucking crazy. There we go. Shit. Damn. Some of these take a little getting used to. Oh well, Arf, you beat me. And I lost. Like I said, my game is yours. That was tough. Now it's a GG, yeah. Are you top dog? Let's rematch soon. Bum, 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 bum. Bob Avenue. Yo, I'm Bob nice to meet you. What? You want to talk to me? Of course. Find the password. How's about I tell you about my friends? I hang with the Babam crowd. We look out for our little town. You know our password? If you do, I'll give you a gadget. If you know it, you know it, right? Don't lie to me. How would I know? Don't snap at me now. No gadget for you. Oh shit. Don't give me that sad little face. Alright, I can just tell you. But go to Junk, the item shop. Buy a Babam figure to learn the password. Now get going. I'll be right here. Alright, where's that store? Okay, that was it, right? Yeah. Cool. But man, it looks like I'm already gonna run out of mushrooms. A Babam figure. I'm in the Babam club too. Here, I'll prove it. Here's the password. Baboom. Got it? Baboom. Don't forget it. Shit, might as well get that too. You're in the Toad Force 5 2. Those toys are just flying off the shelf. Actually, we're out of stock. Well, we'll get more soon. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh damn, surprise mini game. You glad been enjoying the game? Yeah, this is surprise actually fun game. I didn't think one player Mario Party would be any good. Cloud climb. Reach the end before time runs out. Who would have thought? A good single player Mario Party game? What? Bounce off clouds and springboards until you reach the sky high goal. Left, right, jump. Wait, do I want to use that? Okay, yeah. Oh shit, that was fucking easy. What? You get... Alright, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to get back to... Bound. Alright, thanks for the lurk video. See you went to the shop. How about it? Do you know the correct password? Ba-boom. That's it, you got the password right. Here's the gadget. Shroom slide. Now you're one of us Babams. Now I'll share some info with you. It's about our boss. He's hiding in town. I think he's in a basement somewhere. Pick the very lowest floor you can. It looks blank, but it takes you down into the basement. Go see the boss man. Later, man. Quest complete. Congratulations. Second floor is a musician. He's popular too, but he needs some help. Second. It's Toadie's in effect. Y'all, big ups. We the Kamek crew, what's up with you? We got the mad flavor, but we need a favor. What is it? Kamek crew live. Biggity big ups, yo. You'll help? Whoa. We need a gig bad, but ain't got no pad. So find us a stage where we can rage. Okay, so here's the story of our path to glory. We're looking for a venue to host our gig. A stadium will do if you know where to go. You can find one in the desert, yo. So kick it up a notch and save our show. Shit, I don't think I got enough mushrooms for that. How would I get to the desert anyways? Oh, this is it? Yeah, that's fucking far. Oh shit, the pipe house. A stage. Piranha plants. The hammer. Pokey. Oh shit, there it is. I guess it's not too bad. Hey, stay out of my way. I'm training. Don't you know who I am? I'm Bullet Bill. What? You got something to say? Nice stadium. Oh, I get it. You want to use my stadium? Well, who'd want to rent out this place? What? Are you kidding? Kidding me? The Kamek Crew? I'm a huge fan. I've got all their albums. They can play here, free of charge even. I'll make all the arrangements. And would you tell them I said howdy? You got a live venue. Alright, could probably make it. $15 mushrooms? What? Oh shit. Beat the target score before time runs out. Poke. Poke the womp wherever he tells you. But be sure to do it in the right order. Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, alright, this is not bad. Pretty cool. Nice. Nice. Yeah, damn. That's how you gotta do it. And I wanna go back to... Where the hell was it? Oh, right there. Okay. Toadie's in the condo, stoic like a hippo. Yo man, you got us a stage for us to rage. You got mad brains for our musical campaigns. Do you have skills to back those brains? You got the bull's eye. You get props for all your hard work. You so cool, you ain't nobody's fool. No, you're done with 15 quests. Okay, I'll let you hop into the next pipe. It's Bowser time. My next quest is at the end of this pipe. It's a logic test this time. Be 5 more quests to enter the next pipe. See you then, worm. Quest complete. Take your gadget to Playland. Got 35 down. 35 quests to go. Keep it up and get more stuff. Little guy fell in love at first sight. Oh yeah. Alright, I'll be right back.
You just get out of here.
What?
Haven't seen Mum yet.
Wondra. The King Demon Mode. Princess Demon a la mode. Demon Angle. Great Condor. It's funny, you don't even fight those guys. You play games against them. That was a weird
You three, kill them. The rest of you get these bodies on board the ship.
Oh shit, what did I put? Alert? Ugh, man.
You just get out of here.
What?
Haven't seen Mum yet.
Come down.
Is this working? Test. Okay. Yeah, let me save it and then we'll go on a raid. Can I save it? Oh, gotta hit this first. Wait, they already gave me the piece, right? Yeah, don't need to do that. Oh shit, Koopa Kid. Alright, if you want win a minigame. Sort stack. Good luck, hahaha. Finish the game before the time runs out. Sort stack, left, right, right hand, left hand. Put away each book where it belongs. You can only hold 2 at a time. The fuck? I don't get it. Fuck. Oh shit, okay. Take out the yellow. Shit. Oh damn. Whoops. Fuck. Was not ready for that. Oh, whoops, daisy. You lost. You get 2 mushrooms. Ha. Mine, come again soon. Wait. I wanna save and quit or whatever. Yeah, save. And that is quitting, right? Save and quit. Yes. Alright, cool. Hopefully that actually stays saved, because I don't know. Oh, maybe I could just also do this. Save state. Oh shit, nope. Just get out of there. Oh, but it's like the weirdest. That's not the right game. I don't know. What is that? That's not. I don't even know what that is. Weird. Alright. Anyways. Let's go on a raid. Let me shut down this retro arch. There we go. Let's see who's on. Oh yeah, of course, Noah's on. Necro's on for 24 hours. Let's go see Necro. Haven't raided Necro in a while. My beautiful friend, the end. Necro G. My friend, the end. Alright. Gonna raid in 10 seconds. Thanks everybody who's here still. Thanks Macus, of course. Uni, Barf, Linky, everybody that's on this wall of cartoons here. And let's raid out. Boom.